And no matter where he goes, there is the potential for that pick. He's going to get the table. Listen, at this point, the Packer the ball down. The Packers going to be heading to the red zone. McCaskey whips it. Gets the protection. And ends up closing it.
Cleared there from Jox on the ram, and here comes the
Hello and welcome back to Blitz Legacy Season 3. I am Irish and joined with me is Goose. We have a very important matchup for tonight. We have a decider matchup between two of these teams. One of them is going to go home and one of them is going to advance to the next group stage.
Yeah, and I really love the phrase "go home" because I think, in my opinion, it's more "go to your bed." You just go
Move
lay
like
back
2
down.
feet.
Yeah, move 2 feet. But yeah, I mean, this is the final day of phase two. We are going to send one of these qualifier teams into phase three for the rest of the tournament. And this is a perfect moment. And just T3, T4, I've talked about a lot how T2 and T3 is essentially up for grabs, even from the teams invited to Element. It's kind of up in the air on who's, really the top echelon of teams. And a lot of these teams, almost all of them, aside from a couple of players on rosters like Mouse One, have never played in a T3 league so far this year. They haven't played in Crucible. They haven't gotten the chance to play in just the most recent TPL, XGS, whatever they call that event. So this is going to be one of their first opportunities to really push themselves, have an opportunity to play against some of those teams that have been invited to Element 5. And again, this is going to be their opportunity to really show what they have.
Well, even still, for the roster of Mouse 1, it's kind of a pug stack built around Perseus, who himself has been playing for so long. Almost all of these Tier 3 leagues, he has been the player to put together teams. Interesting pictures. Put together teams of mostly humans. And we have, just him, Sidefo, Fighter, Bonk, and Scuda. Lots of new names, but again, Perseus himself has been in the scene for a very long time.
It is a really curious roster. This is your definition of your T4 qualifier stack, like you spoke about. So far, they came from the upper bracket where they lost 0-2 to Sesh. Now in, I guess you could say, kind of the lower bracket, but it's just the final matchup of the day. But their opponents, moving on to F5, the definition of that lower tier team. My God, I'm sorry. I don't even know what I'm looking at, man. But this is the roster. This org has been known for going for all those tiers, the leagues right below that T3 section. And again, this is an opportunity. They've been here, whether it be a qualifier or a promotion stage in a T3 event. A lot of the times they have not really been able to fully stand up to the task. But again, in the best of three situation, this is a perfect opportunity for them.
Bubbler himself, actually, though, played on that Evil Connections team that won TPL Rush. So yes, a lot of these players are new to Tier 3, and a lot of these players don't have a ton of experience, but Bubbler specifically does have a little bit of that under his belt. Him and Z-Man in these pictures look awfully similar. I don't know if they're siblings. The rest of them are very unique.
Very, very unique, yeah. We have no idea. Going into map bans, again, we talked about how this is a best of three, and I got to peek at the map bans before you guys actually got to see them. And looking at this map pool, aside from Clubhouse, this kind of does favor F5 in a sense, because F5 has had the opportunity to play Lair, winning it 8-7 versus Temper, and then also playing Club against Temper and winning it 7-4. And obviously, Club is, your stock and standard map. It's not exactly a real deep pick in the bag like Lair is, but at the end of the day, F5 has had the opportunity to pick into two maps they've already played and shown that they can close out in this event so far.
So, two of the three reworked or newly remastered maps for CJX. Starting off with the first two, Chalet and Clubhouse both have those changes. Clubhouse specifically has a lot of really cool and actually kind of sort of meta uses of those environmental destruction. There's the heat pipe outside of Jacuzzi. There's the smoke at the bottom of main stairs and basement. So there's a lot of destructible elements on these first two maps as well, that for one of the newer Tier 3 leagues to start once CJX has come out only just a few days ago, it'll be really exciting to see some of those elements start to get used.
Yeah, and going into one of the more, I guess you could say, interesting aspects, a lot of these teams stat-wise are relatively even. F5 having a 42% attack rate with a 58% defensive rate, one of the higher ones out of these Phase 2 teams. So that's something that they're going to be able to fall back on. And then again, if you look at Mouse 1, 39 for attack, 50% for defense, a little bit worse on that defense. So you are going to want to get a couple of rounds if the history does stay consistent for Mouse 1. But again, I think because these teams are so evened out, it's going to be a really close battle. It will simply come down to a little bit of those micro plays, including the maps.
Also, one thing that we do get to see as well is this new ban phase, something that you and I casted a San Jose Golden Coast Clash LAN. So we have a little bit of experience with this, but for you guys who are brand new, a lot of teams, what they like to do at the very beginning of the GCC tournament that we casted was kind of do either 2 shield bans on attack or go hard breach bans. So usually if you see a Blackbeard ban, the second is going to come out onto something like a Blitz or something like a Monty, and then to set up for that triple shield ban later on. But as the tournament went on for GCC, we started to see something like this. Started to see a, 1 shield ban, 1 Ying ban, maybe adding in like an ace ban later on, a little bit more of a mix and match. Not a super cohesive ban phase, but something that kind of banning out specific operators that either you know that the defense is capable of using, or just the shield that you're most worried about, and the secondary operator that you're most worried about as well. Ying specifically, something that allows for someone to go straight through that bar window, someone to go straight into library as well to take quick space and quick, very important map space for S5. So taking both of those off the board, as well as, again, a very strong shield, makes a ton of sense right off the bat. Because that, him being the strongest shield, Blackbeard that is, also having nades in his pocket as well. So if you can ban out something like ADSs or Ramais that we don't see on the defense, then something like that tucked corner of library will be very, very easy to clear. Taking him off the board and taking Ying means that Mouse 1 will probably need to take a little bit more time on their attack to clear those spaces in library.
Yeah, and so far, I really do love, how the bans really force teams to, swap to a different playstyle, because you don't have a lot of that map clearing utility. You also don't have a lot of that execution utility with Ying. Mouse 1 have chosen to go into a more info-heavy loadout. Obviously, you have the Twitch, but more importantly, Perseus and Fighter with that Deimos and the Doki. Fighter also being one of the more prominent entry players, not being in a whole lot compared to a lot of his teammates like Scuda, but Fighter so far 3-0, almost flawless. Again, not taking a lot of engagements, especially compared to the 6 and 7 entry rate of Scuda. But again, I really do think if they're just allowing these players to be playing very powerful operators, but at the same time, operators that can get info on their own without having to rely with the rest of the team to get that info.
Scuda lurking up into a cut position on Mudroom as well. They are pressuring out this library area, but at the exact same time, Scuda's trying to make some space in from Mudroom. Lots of damage onto Slash at the exact same time. Those nades that we talked about, punishing that close library corner. Fortunately for F5, though, they have the perfect operator, the perfect position, and even though there's a ton of damage traded onto him, Checky was able to scoot out with his life. But now trades going back and forth, much favoring Mouse 1, as Fighter finds one onto Stealth, finally picking that up, and suddenly Z-Man on top of Mezzanine and Bubbler inside a bar, the last 2 alive for F5, and if with Bubbler going down, it's just Z-Man at very low HP on this position. A 1 versus 4 as the sight hold of his teammates just crumbles apart.
Not a lot of opportunities. So low on health for Z-Man. You got 4 players. Even if he is able to get 1 kill, he is able to get 1 on Scuda. He's going to need to do a lot more, and with 1:17, plenty of time for F5, or Mouse 1 rather, to play with.
Lots of pressure created very early on for Mouse 1's attack. There was a lot of rotations for F5, and they had cut positions set up very early on, so all those kills went out, but all those came from the perfect positioning, and now, with a stranglehold on site, a 1 versus 3 retake forced from Z-Man, and he isn't even able to find one. That attack was just textbook. They had so much pressure on top of library. The utility that went out to clear that library position as well, nades to go out, forced Checky to go for a drop down that hatch. They had the cut positions on that. Meanwhile, they also pressured towards bar, had a cut position from Mudroom. At the exact same time, all the kills were coming through because F5 were just swinging into angles that they did not know were already covered from Mouse 1. A fantastic attack from them.
Overall, really great start for Mouse 1, playing into that info game a lot. As you just said, a lot of those angles F5 unwillingly, unknowingly ventured their way into was because Mouse 1 understood the positioning, especially with how heavy F5 was trying to apply pressure, trying to hold that extension upstairs. They understood if they just set up their crossfires, applied pressure using essentially, I think, all 4 nades on that kill corner on that dock, that they could eventually just, pick somebody out in the frost, playing their position, in my opinion, horribly, just not aware that the Deimos had jumped in, not aware of the player holding that single window. And it's those mistakes that, sure, You can make them once or twice, but if it continues to be a player in a very pivotal position, whether it be a power position away from the bomb site or holding a cut to support your teammate in a power position, if that is the player making those mistakes, that's something that Mouse One is going to be able to take advantage of tenfold.
Pretty similar operator lineup coming out of Mouse One. You have the swap onto the Ram because it is, yet again, the first floor site. Still on bar. So it looks like they're going to maybe go for a bit slower of an attack, try to work that vertical, expecting F5, like you said, after getting punished on that top floor take, to maybe hold it a little bit less aggressively. But it doesn't seem like that's what they're going for. A very, very loose setup for S5, without a ton of hard utility like Miras or anything else to play off of. Instead, it's very fluid for F5, and Checky all the way over in Piano Room, also going for that loose roam. Mouse One seem to have relatively good info, though. So hopefully they won't get caught off guard.
That really has been the driving force for this attack so far. Is it doesn't really matter if you have a lot of roamers on F5, like the player on blue stairs, or having Checky, who was just over by bathroom, now all the way on trophy stairs. You have so much info gathering on Mouse One that these isolated roamers aren't really going to have the opportunity to catch any of these attackers off guard. As I say, that Checky is able to get the first one off, but they are eventually able to not only get that refrag, you do lose the Deimos in the process, so a little bit of an uneven trade there utility-wise, but you still have covered a lot of ground with only half of the round off the board.
Bubbler walking his way up West Main as well. Looking for yet another F5, playing very loose with the entirety of the map. But at 1:15 at this point, they've done a relatively good job of, like you said, trading out that important operator of the Deimos that you'd wanted to stay alive to maybe work the roam a little bit more. And also, doubt's starting to creep in for Mouse One's attack. They're looking for a reflank because they know that F5 are capable of it, but Z-Man and Bubbler are just absolutely slipping the net right now.
Yeah, again, those flake drones, the info on Mouse One has been the Achilles heel for F5 so far. It's going to shut down that flank and shut down an opportunity for F5 to have anything in this round as they continue to be just strangled into this bomb site.
Ooh, but an attack coming through. Scooter gets one. Bubbler with a kill onto Fighter, but through the vertical, Amazin finds one, getting himself the man advantage and leaving Stealth in 1 versus 3. This is winnable for him, though. The CJX that is wall bangable, but he doesn't know. He sends a C4 over instead. And because he has to expose himself to throw it, he finds himself dead and on the ground. Another round for Mouse One.
This is a perfect example of two contrasting play styles. You have F5 trying to play that very aggressive, yet isolated roam around the map, trying to catch off these attackers in that early half of the round off guard. And sure, you were able to get that first kill. Checky doing a phenomenal job of playing his position over by trophy stairs. But because Mouse One plays so together, they have so much info. Not only were they aware of his position the entire time, the player that he got into the engagement with just simply had the less mechanical, I guess you could say, advantages there. But doesn't matter. They eventually did go back to get that entry kill, trade it back, and then shut down another player and push them down. It's the info that continues to beat F5. I don't think that's something that they're aware of.
Now onto second floor, we see the operator lineup looking very different once again for F5. Lots of changes, but it seems like they've gone back to something like playing around a Mira. Looking to keep those walls closed. Yep, we have a little bit of a... Never
I
mind.
thought I lagged out.
No technical issues. Instead of playing something like a Bandit or a Kaid, interestingly though, even though it seems like they're basing this operator lineup off of the Mira, instead they only have the Mute and the Tuber out to keep these walls closed. That is going to delay a little bit of time, but it's not a perfect solution to the hard breach that we see out of Mouse One.
I do like the more util heavy loadout coming here from F5. That's something I talked about, how the playstyles were really contrasting. You had a lot of info, you had a lot of isolated roamers. Mouse One's playstyle perfectly countered that. But this time around, sure, those info operators are going to be able to aid you. But aside from the nades in the pocket of Perseus, there isn't really a lot of utility for Mouse One to clear this defender utility, especially on the bomb site. You also have the mutes to deny info. A perfect read from F5, even if it did take them 3 rounds to finally play into it, understand the advantages that Mouse One were creating. They have kind of changed up and adapted.
Similarly for Mouse 1, it seems like if it ain't broke, don't fix it. What's been working for them is cutting off these flanks for S5, punishing the aggression, punishing the swings. So for them, like you said, not a ton of solutions to stop these, to stop this utility out of F5, but it's kind of all that you need. 2 nades in pocket to destroy anything that they need, the Ash to hard counter the Mira, and what they're mostly playing for is kills, tons of info, 3 operators specifically to lock down those positions, and even without the utility, they're still finding kills. Trade from Slash though, Perseus once again to go down. So now it just sits at a 4 versus 4, but amazing to find a pick onto Bubbler means that once again, Mouse 1 have found themselves in the advantage with 2 Ash charges and so much utility to start clearing out these positions as well. Scooter bringing out those Grim canisters to fully get info on top Solar. Start working in Scooter and Fighter into those positions.
You have so much time yet again. Mouse 1 phenomenally just making sure that they take control of that clock. Z-Man just running through the line of sight of Scooter. He's not going to be able to get that one, but he's going to try to entry, but Z-Man is able to punish him.
It's going out. Foe finding one to Z-Man, but now it's just an A2 versus 2 until Foe finds that. Great shot into Slash, leaving Stealth close and Solar. Last alive, and a little bit of damage onto Fighter, but doesn't quite find the kill. Finally finding a down. Now effectively a 1 versus 1 as Fighter is not able to do anything. On the other side of that hard wall. Here's him being prone, but Foe hears the crouch walk as well. And a pre-fire out for him, finding yet another round for Mouse 1.
A close one at that. One of the closer rounds F5 has found themselves in, but it was just simply down to the lack of info on that bomb site. Again, going back to that mute pick, a lot of that mute utility being put on to the bomb site. But again, if I'm F5, you have to ban out either a Dokkaebi, a Deimos. You have to try and take away some bit of that information, and they take the Grim out. Sure, Grim did a phenomenal job at clearing space, pushing back that defense onto the bomb site, but even if you're not able to get a couple of Deimos tracks, even if you're not able to find a roamer with that Dokkaebi call, it gives Mouse 1 the comfort to grow throughout this map, especially in that early half when they clear the roam. And as of now, there's nothing coming out from F5 to really put them in a discomfort position, push them back, get multiple entry kills without being immediately traded back. And it was a little bit of a mistake in my opinion.
Honestly, I don't hate the Grim pick. Because
Yeah.
the thing for F5 is if they try to play that loose style of roam, it's just getting punished by the rest of the info operators of Mouse 1. So in that round that we saw, the closest round that we saw for the defense of F5, it was something more like playing off of Miras, playing in power positions and then dropping off once you're droned, but forcing a little bit more utility compared to just a single Grimby. That corner that we see that Stealth walking through right now was impossible to be played because it would have been super easy to just get a Grimby in and do a floor bang and just completely clear out that position. So the Grimby is causing so much pressure when otherwise something like a Doka call, well, it's nice to stop roamers. For F5, that's no longer the win condition that they see for themselves. So if you can stop the Grim, you can make it a little bit more difficult to clear out those corners. Potentially, potentially force a little bit more utility and a little bit more time, but an early spawn peak instead is going to cause a down for F5, and with a reverse repel, it's going to be a very, very easy pick to clean up on.
You lose a castle, that's fine. Not a lot of utility. I hope all the castles have been placed down. If they're not, that's even worse. But the main problem is you don't get an immediate trade. Slash tries his best to run out to apply any bit of pressure. He gets a couple of points of damage onto Mason. But aside from that, they had absolutely nothing positive come out of that first engagement, and you also pushed back. But eventually, though, Z-Man is able to get the trade on Perseus, take away a lot of that utility on Deimos. But again, as I spoke about, because there's so much info-heavy utility on this attack, you're not going to be really missing that info when you still have a Dokkaebi and an IQ on the board.
And with a single Twitch drone that is 60 seconds of plant denial, that Mouse 1 just took off the board. All 3 of those Goyos for main plant and kitchen are now completely unusable at 1:40. That is incredible utility usage, and for F5, that is crippling for them. They just have those 2 C4s, and at this point, they're just playing off the win condition of the roam, which, benefit of the doubt, is going relatively well for them. Called to go out to get a little bit of info for Mouse 1, but it's still a man advantage in the advantage of F5, and it just gets worse. Foe finds a trade, but it's still a 3 versus 2, and at the end of the day, even just even man count and low time favors F5, but they still sit one man to the good at a minute left.
Yeah, there's still a lot of time to play with. They can just maybe potentially work one pick, get somebody off the roam. The entirety of this defense is falling back down to the defense, but you can see there's really no info for Mouse 1 here. Smoke will blind him, but is Foe aware of the player on side of stairs? He's not! Slash is able to take him, and now it's amazing in the exact same position. And he is able to get Slash, though.
How does he not realize that the Goyo is playing on those stairs?
I don't...
Either way, a tragic misstep for Mouse 1. And although there's 30 seconds left, Amazing can pull off the absolutely incredible. But the Beaver to go out gives F5 all the info that they need. A C4 to go out, shot through midair. Very good for them. But the footholds gives him away. And the first round on the board for F5, it was a sloppy one from both sides, but still, finally a defensive round found.
I don't like saying this a lot. I don't want to be the bad guy here.
I'd be the bad guy.
That is a round where I don't think F5 was the better team. Mouse 1 not playing to their play style. Getting that entry pick, that's phenomenal. You have Castle poking his head out, essentially has that first pick on a string like a carrot. That's free. You can take that. But then you immediately lose that entry to a Deimos who has continuously played isolated. You also then have a Dokkaebi going up those west main stairs with real no info. You haven't really cleared that top, so you know, staring at the vertical, that more than likely a defender is going to be playing it, and you still swing into it knowing that it is not a favorable position for you. So many isolated picks at F5, sure, they took advantage of, but that's a problem that Mouse 1 can fix really easy here in this round.
The IQ losing her life on piano double door as well, hard clearing that hard left corner instead of having the info for that corner, and then giving man advantage to F5 at that point in the round was absolutely devastating. Maybe that comes down to the loss of the Grim. Maybe they're really dependent on the Grim to clear close corners like that and then take gunfights either off of the info or to be able to just full-on ignore it. Either way, for F5, like we said, finally putting a round on the board, and usually, traditionally in usual Siege, we would refer to this map as either even or slightly attacking sided. So going for a 3-3 half, if F5 are able to turn this around, would certainly not be all that bad. For Mouse 1, though, it's looking very similar for them. And to clear out that close left, or that tucked corner in Library, an EMP to go out to potentially stop some of those Jaeger ADSs. A nade to go out, but doesn't quite find its mark. That's fine. They have plenty more in pocket. Actually, no, they have none. They have cleared that corner, but a lot of utility is forced to be used in that. Still, area gained and man advantage once again for Mouse 1.
And yet again, another round where F5 isn't able to immediately find that trade. Z-Man left on an island completely alone. Chucky's going to be able to make his way up those blue stairs. You also still have that shield. Mouse 1 also hasn't taken any control over by Master's side. So this is a position that they can still hold even with Chucky dropping down to the bomb site, wasting those 4 grenades. They still have a lot of pressure and control on this top floor. But one thing they're not aware of is the default cam having been controlled by that Bravo. Complete info on this player, and it's going to allow for Foe to make his way into Library.
And potentially that sets up for the lurk from bottom fireplace as well. It's not only just Foe, but it's also setting up for something like Perseus or Amazon to walk in from lower fireplace as well. This could get very precarious for F5. Pre-fire to go out, not quite finding the kill onto Z-Man. Like we said, he's in a very tough position, and Scuda walking in finds Cheka Z-Man to go down as well, and suddenly they're just flooding the site. Stealth reloading, Amazing getting the hit as well. They're all just flooding in, and a 1 versus 5 ends in a flawless for Mouse 1.
How much value that blue stair default cam got was just, I mean, it is really astonishing. Just looking at how this info really builds up these attacks for Mouse 1. But at the same time, it's not even a sense where they have so much info. They essentially have identity on every single defender position. But F5, round after round, has no idea that Mouse 1 has that info. So they're playing their positions as if Mouse 1 don't fully understand how to clear, when essentially they already know what to do. They just need to get into place, they need to use the utility, and once they do, F5 isn't prepared. And it goes back to that ban I talked about, the Grim. They really seem like they're not understanding it's the info game that really builds these rounds up for Mouse One. I don't know if it's, potentially maybe taking, mute or something. Maybe adding Scopos with Slash is going to be the answer here. But again, with players like Perseus and Fighter, it really just seems like they're playing exactly how Mouse One wants them to.
Yeah, I mean, you could say that, oh, this Scopos is a really good pick for basement. It could completely change their win conditions, but yes, it is a good operator, but doesn't really change all that much. The last time that they played this basement site, they went for a very loose roam. Checky got the opening pick, but then it just all devolved from there. Mouse One were able to cut off the roams, cut off the reflanks, and things just continued to fall apart for them. Good start for them. A little bit of damage onto Amazon, and Slash is able to maintain his life. Nobody going down, nobody losing their life very quickly, which is good. The roam's still active for F5 just makes me a little bit nervous because there's still so many info ops on the attacking side. Still the Deimos to be able to track down individual operators, and still the Dokkaebi to be able to send those calls out as well and make the entries a lot more safe. Either way, 30 seconds into the round, and Mouse One starting to encroach on these roamers.
I really like this position upstairs with Checky. Last time he played it, he's completely isolated, but this time around, he's going to have Slash to support him. C4 doing absolutely nothing, folks. Seeing that from a mile away. 2 drones over inside of Master. This is the info that Mouse One need to see these players on the top floor. They're completely disconnected. This is a position that Mouse One, they can just cut this off. They can disallow them to get back down to that bomb site and get a really heavy lead.
Call also stops Slash from TPing back down to site or back down to anywhere safer. Well, the call dissipates. He does have the option to fall back, but he's not taking that option. Instead, he's looking to fight, and Stealth finds a pick onto Fighter. That's a great kill to be able to find, but now, with the Blitz walking his way down main stairs, they are very well aware that the site hit is coming in. Case is not in their control, though, and the trade's going out just to delay even more time, and it allows for F5 to be able to find picks, slow it down. Mouse One still don't have Case! Yes, they're finding kills. Yes, Bubbler is falling apart on site and leaving Slash in a 1 versus 2, but all he needs to do is find this Blitz, and Perseus, in a 1 versus 1, can't put the objective down. He's forced to take this fight.
What?
Slash is forced to run, and he runs out of bullets. Finally, things slow down, but he still doesn't have Case. He's still forced to find these picks instead. Info going out, Perseus is still playing the win condition of kills, but Slash is just playing Ring Around the Rosie. That info for Perseus also giving near perfect info for Slash as well. He realizes Deimos is walking down main stairs, not only just from those pings now, as the Deimos pings go away, but there's a cam on Perseus as well. Red ping's going out. Yeah, here's the pin pull. That allows him time to make a full rotation. We see that the info for F5 is very good. How is the info for Mouse One? Is there a drone on Slash? Either way, it doesn't matter. Ping's going out, and the swing comes in. Perseus cleaning out the round, and a 5-1 half for Mouse One.
A perfect timing on that Deimos track, by the way. But also, to be fair, Scopos just pre-firing that, even without that track, Deimos was going to be able to know that they're there. But what a round from Mouse One. First, identifying those top 2 roamers. I think that's really a round where Mouse One really tried to do too much at once. I really would have loved to see if they just really focused on those 2 roamers on that top floor, got rid of them, and then hit the bomb site. But because they hit the bomb site without fully addressing those players off site, it allowed for them to flank and then work direct pressure, isolating the Blitz. Also, again, really hated how Mouse One played Blitz in that round. Again, it was kind of an amalgamation of everything that Mouse One did wrong in the previous rounds, but somehow, in some way, F5 played worse, and Mouse One were able to wrap up their first half with a 5-1. Oh.
Very different look from the ban phases of both of these 2 teams. Mouse One on their defense, instead of choosing to ban 1 shield and the Ying alongside it, as well as we saw the first 2 bans coming out of the Blackbeard and the Ying. For Mouse One, for their attacking bans, they've chosen to go onto 2 hard breaches. Instead, the Ace and the Thermite, potentially helping out something like a basement hold if it comes to it, but also forcing something like a Hibana to open up main wall on this site makes it a lot more difficult. Instead of either being able to safely from a distance open up a wall from Ace, or to be able to open up a very, very large hole to just flood in from mezzanine with a thermite. Instead, you're forcing a lot slower of a breach out of F5's attack. And also, with a bandit on the other side, it's going to be really easy for Mouse One to trick. So I think the strategy for them is just to hold on to that half wall, outside facing wall for as long as humanly possible. And for F5, it looks like they realize that, seeing the bandits, and they've swapped completely off of the Hibana as well. They're mainly just playing off of maybe a solar take or something else like that, playing for space instead of playing off of the hard breach.
Yeah, I don't know if you heard me. I don't like that. I really don't like that. You have the can openers in the pocket of Z-Man, but that's just not enough. You also, I do like to pick up stealth, bring that fuck to apply pressure bullet. You can just get rid of those bandits on the wall just with that vertical. So it's something you don't really have to worry about. You also have Checky. That I really love on the Nomad, to potentially cut off those crosses, trying to potentially just focus on one side of the bomb site or one side of the map, apply as much pressure as there, but also make sure that Mouse One aren't able to retread, get control, and Slash is able to get the opening onto foe. That is absolutely huge as the rest of F5 continue to focus on the Solarium side.
Yeah, no Wamai, no Jaeger forces. Oh, hold on, there's a run out.
What?
He was walking up to start destroying that castle, and the timing works out perfectly with a melee kill instead. That's something that you very, very rarely see in this game, and it works out horrendously for Mouse One and their defense. Finally able to find a kill, but it's still traded back from stealth as well. And now Fighter in a 1 versus 4. There's really not all that much to do with F5 flooding the site. An opening round on their defense for F5.
Yeah, a phenomenal start for F5 on their attack. I talked about how because they didn't have a hard breach and they had that Nomad, they were more than likely going to try to focus on one point in the map, that being that highway window being paired with the Solarium position on stairs. And as soon as they got that opening, no other player by that kitchen position, no other player or really any utility on those Solarium stairs, it is free map control. And you had F5 or Mouse One player after Mouse One player making ill-advised swings, aggressive plays, that because F5 already had that crossfire set up, they were in position to punish it every single chance they got. It's a heat check for Mouse One. That's a round where they can say that we need to play a little bit more passive. We still can play into that aggressive playstyle, bring Perseus out with that Oryx. His simple job here is to just roam, waste as much time as possible. Also, potentially maybe get a kill with it, but they do need to make sure they are more careful of the decisions to make, especially with how F5 really want to set up these crossfires.
Also, it forces the adaptation out of foe. Instead of being able to play an operator with a really good gun or something a little bit more comfortable, instead he's forced onto either the Jaeger or the Wamai, and he picks onto the Wamai for this round to be able to hold down those trophy stairs a little bit better. He was so uncomfortable on those stairs, forced down and forced into an uncomfortable fight as F5 just flooded through trophy. So that adaptation for him allows also for Scooter to be able to play that corner with absolute impunity. You see both of those players stacked up on that position. So if something like a Capital Bolt did come out, did get swapped for F5, but if it had come out, then either the Wamai would catch it or Scooter with the dock would be able to withstand it. Either way, the entry coming in from a very different position for F5. Still the buck below, but at 30 seconds left, he's taken a lot of control towards bar. Fighter being able to hear it. Looking for the kill onto him, looking for the cutoff. But it isn't quite able to be found.
They may not be aware of his position here, especially with all those Grim utility. This isn't really a position around the map that F5 is necessarily concerned about. Obviously, you do have some semblance that there's going to be somebody over there. You have Stealth playing very cautious, but for now, just kind of wasting time. He isn't really clearing any position. Eventually, that player on blue stairs will go back because he understands that all that pressure on Library, it really isn't the best chance for him to go. But a phenomenal opening from Amazing and Perseus, all the way from downtown, finding the head of Bubbler, and that is a 2-man advantage for Mouse One out of nowhere.
Stealth still in bar, and this is a position that we like to say is an insert. Stealth has just walked himself into a position where, ideally, he'll be able to find a lot of free kills because Mouse One would be completely unaware of him. You insert him in a space where he can cause a lot of disruption. but instead, Mouse 1 are the people that are causing disruption. F5, not aware of the runouts, not aware of Perseus on the Oryx, able to open up an angle for himself on the outside. And now for Mouse 1, they don't even really need to hold those positions like Trophy Stairs. They have a double man advantage, and they realize that the bulk of the push is coming in from this mezzanine area, so the reposition comes in. Checky's still holding close on this doorway. Some yellow pings to go out. I think they're looking for something quick. Looking for a quick pop on that doorway. Push to come in and a kill to go out. They have that pick onto Foe. So that evens it out a little bit more, and Z-Man to be able to find the pick onto Amazon. That is a great start. Now we're back into a 3 versus 3. At 30 seconds left. They need to make this push happen. Just a few hard breach charges on that main wall, but not enough to completely flood through. So the flood is forced to come elsewhere. Checky finding his way in from main wall and pick to come out onto Perseus as well. The flash is going out. Disguise the sound of this plant enough for for F5 to be able to put that case down onto the ground. Stealth holding this cross position as well, but they are fully aware of it. A pre-fire to go out, and now it's just a 2 versus 2. Still in a retake though, and Z-Man still finding kills, taking them down. A very close round, and a tight time on that retake, but it goes F5's way just barely.
I agree with Bubbler there. You should be not losing a 3v5 position like that. And one small problem that we saw in that early half after F5 went down 3-5 was that position on that Wamai. They had a ping on him, and they took all the preparedness they had. They had somebody on that breach, make sure that he couldn't pop his head up or move around. Then you had a Buck call over by the Hibana so she could swing onto that player. You could see that, the Hibana was, kind of eyeing potentially just swinging into that herself. I was worried she was going to do that, but she took the time to call the Buck over so she could try and boost that win percentage as much as she could. And then you had a mistake from Mouse 1. That Oryx down below, that flank, no Nomad on the board, really nobody necessarily watching cams up. Also, that default cam not being in the control of the attack. It was a perfect opportunity for Mouse 1 to snub out that round because he was just too scared and he went back down to the bomb site. Crossfire already being set up. He was quickly cut off. And yet again, a phenomenal round. 2 rounds now back-to-back for F5.
And it starts to get a little bit worrying for Mouse 1, because they found themselves in a very, very comfortable position after the first half. A 5-1 half, no matter how you slice it, no matter how the map leans, that's definitely a fantastic half. But after side swap and you lose 2 rounds in a row, then you start thinking, are things just going towards the attack? Potentially, unless the momentum changes in your favor. Foe to be able to find that pick, and another found by Fighter. Hold on. Things are finally starting to go back into Mouse 1's way. A little bit of a jiggle, a little bit of an awkward gunfight taken. Still coming out from Foe,
No.
and happens off screen.
Are you
But a
kidding
pistol
me?
tap onto Z-Man to twist the knife. And now it's a 5 versus 2 with F5 still outside of the building, still looking for a way in.
So much potential with all of that rush utility, that execution utility in the pockets of F5, but simply because they weren't able to win their isolated gunfights earlier on in this round, they've been punished. They are able to eventually take Fighter off the board, but in a 2v4, it's going to take a colossal toss-up from Mouse 1 if F5 want to find a way back in.
Yeah, if Mouse 1 somehow managed to lose this round, that would definitely cause F5 to type in chat as well. Slash throwing out those sends ROUs, cutting off a little bit of space, maybe baiting out people to try to go for a pre-fire, hoping that they would be able to find a freebie and then he would be able to punish, but instead, util is just thrown out. No space taken off of it until after the ROUs already go down? Slash is able to find his way out to the other side of that window, but already after he's been down, so effectively a 1 versus 4 for stealth. And it looks very impossible for him currently, especially now that they know exactly where he is. The C4 closes out his teammate, Vertical closes out him. Match point for Mouse 1.
Finally collecting themselves. Took 3 rounds into the second half, but a very poorly timed execution. They didn't even get in a position to actually even time that execution. I talked about it in that half point of the round, that they just simply lost the round because they kept playing in those aggressive spawn peeking operators, those aggressive players trying to push back that defense because they understood that F5 was going to more than likely try to play really aggressive really quickly, and they wanted to make sure they stunted that growth before it even happened. And again, this is a problem that we talked about on F5's defense, is that they are a team that absolutely loves to take isolated gunfights. But the problem is they don't have anything supported. It's just simply one player on their own trying to dry swing angles, maybe every once in a while droning themselves in. And that's, again, something that Mouse One is going to absolutely eat up. And so far, especially in that last round, have.
So one of the things that I really like about the new ban system is it allows you to be a lot more reactive with your bans. For Mouse 1, even though there wasn't really an operator that wreaked havoc on them, it was kind of just Mouse 1 themselves misplaying things. There was still that one round that we saw the Blackbeard come out, so they know that F5 is capable of bringing it and are likely to bring it yet again and make much better use of it, so they ban it off the board. A little bit of a comfort ban, but that's fine. For F5, the Fenrir kind of really screwed them multiple rounds. There had been entries that either they had completely lost the gunfight because they weren't able to see, or tons of info given away to the defenders of Mouse 1. So that reactive ban makes a ton of sense from them. And that's something that with this new ban system, we get to see used quite a bit. You can do your research on the first two bans, or you can just ban out comfort ops, but that third is definitely going to be more reactive to stop the playstyle of either of these two teams.
Yeah, I really like Mouse One here playing again into that really aggressive yet isolated position. You also have Scuda just kind of, coasting around this position on the back half of the map. Not a whole lot of pressure. He's just going to fall back down to the bomb site, add to this. And this is something where if Mouse One don't see an opportunity early on in the round, they're not going to overplay that situation. They're not going to give F5 that opportunity to take space and then get info on them. They're just going to fall back. They're going to give up that control. They understand that F5 so far have been moving relatively slowly here. And Fighter, he has an opportunity, but it's actually Stealth who gets the opening onto that Vigil.
Either way, the aggression for Mouse 1 not working out in this round. Wants to go out as well, giving Slash a little bit more worry entering in from bottom fireplace. Causing him to take a little bit more time, but even still, with the advantage found very early on by F5, they can afford to take their time. Ocheki is sitting at the bottom main stairs, looking for some of his teammates potentially to double up with him before taking any sort of space, but still, there's just now constant pressure on bottom main. There's a constant ability for F5 to explode, and Mouse 1 now need to be looking not only just at main stairs, but also at the vertical that's being created above them, and lots of pressure onto Perseus, who would like to play something like main wall, would like to be able to deny that, but instead, pressure is mounting.
Bo's able to get one onto Slash, and because there's no hard breach, you can't really apply any pressure, and it's just going to be up now to Checky and Bubbler in a 2v4 on map 1 point, and there's little to no opportunities, and yet again, another isolated blitz, and Perseus is just going to walk his way up, looks on the ram, looking into absolute space, and that's map 1, and Mouse 1's map pick at that. I think that is a very important little fact to put in there.
Instead of crumbling under the pressure that was mounting from F5, Mouse 1 stand tall and close it out 7-3. Opening map, and it already looks like Mouse 1 are definitely firing on all cylinders. They look like the better team, at least in this map. Hopefully not the entire matchup, but I mean, it was very good. And
yeah,
there wasn't a ton for F5 that I could say.
No, like, I want to give so much props to Mouse 1, to be fair, that they were playing good. I'm not going to say that they were playing horribly and they were just gifted this. There's no hard breach, man. Like, you just got to sit in sight, hold your angles, and then Blitz was completely isolated. They consistently did that. And they're trying to play these powerful operators, trying to play these powerful positions, especially shields, but they're just not adding enough support, and it's just a really free pick. It's a free early advantage for Mouse 1, and they know that. That's the problem. Not only are you making these consistent mistakes, but Mouse 1 is reading into it.
And the problem in this next map is, if Mouse 1 decide to go for yet again another double hard breach ban, this next map, even on the previous ban system, was rife for hard breach bans. It might go from bad to worse. We have a quick break, and hopefully during that break, F5 can get the juices flowing and get something changed. Otherwise, this could get very bad for them. See you all in just a few.
Oh my
You just
god.
don't check the angle they just died from.
And Zonky's the one to win one, win two. And are we gonna see a flawless round? No. JJ's there to avoid.
Careful, but look at it. The wood floor is just getting carved open right now. Come out, wherever you are, says Embryo and Sting. Boys are just kind of watching, and he might be able to stop in there. It's now 3v3, the drop. Look at the timer, folks. 20 seconds remain, so they're gonna have to also get into the site if they can't find these kills. Whoa, hop in through the window, and you're gonna get shut down, boys. See you later, Alligator, JJ, the captain. It's 5-1, it's halftime, and JJ, the man at the hour.
Recoverable based on what both attackers are currently situated. But now they're going to move in, make sure that they lock it down. Cheese Boss dies cross map. It's just the Maestro to defend against 3. Invictus trying to move quickly, but now they've backed off for a moment. There are pings. Maestro might have 3 kills. They'll line them all up. Palpatine falls first. Knows about the one's yellow. Slightly longer the last man in there, but he gets stopped. Several seconds left. Arno almost has the clutch, but Invictus.
Red line as well. Fighting his demons. You know, gets that pick. Diffuser is dropped. Refresh. Only 10 seconds left. Smokes continues to fly out. Blues. Such low HP. Getting another one as well. All of them to Israel. He finds one. He's trying to go for this last pick. He's gonna find him. Got it. Israel with the clutch.
Multiple long-range engagements that are going to have to come out. Maybe he's going to swing forward first. Has an idea that there's a player here, but he's not ready for the swing by Geek, and now it's all left up to the Jackal in a 1v3 whose hopes and dreams are literally being blown away, but maybe not just yet. Despite the fact that Z-Man was on 1 HP, he finds 2 monstrous frags, and now it's all left up to Shrady. 10 seconds to go. Z-Man is going to have to attempt this plant or get aggressive. It looks as though he's going to choose the aggression. He might have waited too long. Is now on 0 seconds left. He's going to have to commit to this plant. Is he going to be able to pop up in time? He is, but Shrady has the intel and Shrady has the diffuser. And like his Empire have booked their ticket to the Blitz.
Have ticket, but they will again have the title.
Pick. And we might see Thermite go down to a Legion, but it does get finished off.
There's only 2 players remaining for Phantom Legion. They've got a Lion Scan. They're freezing them in place. Here comes Epic with the swing. He still has some presence over to this side of the map. Might be able to cause some damage. There's one. He's gonna swing. He's feeling the heat. And now the sides are kind of switched. Epic now controls the outer area. The offense is now inside. He's just gonna completely go back into their spawn. What's going on?
When the clock is 0 and all he has to do is shut down the plant. If we check, I'm going for it. Bill is going to be down. Poison finds one. He finds the second one. Poison can do this. This is possible. The damage. The smoke kills Spence. They have to stick the plant. All of a sudden, Poison can just walk over and shoot him. What a clutch.
Deal with them. They're gonna let you get the diffuser down. And he's gonna get out safely. Oh my days, it's a 2v1. A 1v1. Triple kill. Can it be the quad to win? All you gotta do is wait. The C4 is gonna come up from hell. It's a 1v0. And the Cade clutches it to end out the round. It was almost there for Ryra. He just had to land the free fire, but the C4 forces him out the position. 4-1 to Fluffy Aimers. My bad. And we do head on to the next round. Shaka, this is a nightmare. This is a disaster.
But it's starting to dwindle. Sentier finds one onto Schleim. That's a big pick to even things out. Can they even pick up the fuser safely? They don't know. It's in the way of the breach, and that's going to make things difficult. They have a ping on this Azami, though. He just needs to find the right pick, but that's such a thin angle. Azami's going to drop off and rotate away, and that's a good move. That's a quad for Duke. Finding one of the Sentier. The Ying's going to go out, but it doesn't matter because Duke swings the other direction, finds Rival, and picks up the ace on the round.
And now it's all down to Dead. Dead in a 1v2. 38 seconds on the clock. Phantom Legion do have the time to work with, but they have to get the diffuser down or hunt down this last player remaining. The drone work is coming through. They now know his position. Here comes the collapse from Phantom Legion.
And we're back. Mouse 1 versus F5. Still Irish, still Goose, but a brand new map. We find ourselves on Clubhouse now after a 7-3 map Chalet. Started off with a 5-1 defensive half for Mouse 1. Or sorry, 5-1 attacking half for Mouse 1. And then we swapped halves. F5 got themselves 2 rounds in a row, and we were starting to think that maybe they would be able to find themselves back into the game. Nope. 7-3 loss.
Yeah, overall, a tough one. And the main problem, or I guess you could say main two problems, was one, F5's inability to read into the play style, especially on that first attacking half, of just really playing heavy on that info. A lot of those positions, they weren't aware that Mouse One had every bit of info on them. And then going down to a little bit of the basics, sure, I do think a couple of the opportunities, a couple of the positions they misplayed, you could really chuck up. Just not really playing the Chalet that well, playing isolated shields, playing isolated on that roam on their defense, and then just going out round after round is something that doesn't play really into a map, but per se is a play style problem. And I think it will consistently go on in a map too.
We also troublingly saw F5 kind of struggle after Mouse 1 banned the double hard breach strategy by banning Ace and the Thermite. And that's something that, you know, especially for CJX being so new, it makes sense that maybe some teams aren't as accustomed to it, but that seems like a pretty basic and pretty standard double op ban at the very beginning.
Yeah.
Something we saw a lot out of Reloads, something that you and I saw a lot out of the Golden Coast Clash. So F5 kind of being thrown for a loop, and then, yes, playing shields, but then kind of funneling on those site takes and not really doing all that well once push came to shove and they actually needed to take space onto site. Something that at the very end of last map, I was looking onto Clubhouse and thinking, if they were struggling on Chalet, things are just so much worse on Clubhouse if you struggle with a double hard breach ban against you.
There is one good factor coming into this second map is not only is it F5's map pick, but they previously won it last time they played it in this event against Temper in their lower bracket, the game that got them to here. So there is a previous history against it. A team like Temper that it is really good. They've been consistent even though they've been knocked out of the event. They did give up a really hard fight. So I do think this is a map that F5, their play style is probably more catered to. But again, there's just so many big glaring problems that carry out from map to map that I don't really necessarily think they have the tools to fix here. But again, I've seen teams go to their map pick and then just completely win it, be a completely different team. So that could happen. But going off of what we've seen previously, there's just nothing saying that this is going to be a change. This is going to flicker.
And also troublingly, I mean, we've been talking a lot about F5, but on the side of Mouse 1, on their attacking half, they looked fantastic. And not only did they just look very good, they were also very adept at using things like the Grim, using things like the Capitao to be able to clear out corners. And that's something that, again, on this map on Clubhouse, is something that you need to be very good at. Not only just using hard breach for main walls, but also clearing out things like rafters with the Capitao or with the Grim. So, I mean, it just looks like, going off of last map, stylistically, this looks good for Mouse 1, and it doesn't look great for...
It looks good for Mouse 1, yeah. And again, it is kind of just the basics of just not bringing a hard breach operator at all. If you know Clubhouse, you definitely need to really play into those breaches. I think that's something that F5's been to identify. Again, even with this being F5's map pick, especially in the lower leagues that both of these teams and rosters play in, this is their bread and butter. Even if Mouse 1 hasn't played Clubhouse so far in this event, they've played it so many times. They're experienced players on this map. So I don't really necessarily think the basics will be a problem for either of them. I do think the breaches will come into effect overall. Going into basement, you don't really have to focus. If you ban, like, an Ace and Thermite, it's fine. You have can openers. You also have Habana. You even can bring a Maverick if you really need to. This is a map that, sure, a lot of teams do ban into that hard breach, but there is still so much utility on that breach on the attack that is used for that is more useful on Clubhouse.
That's also, I mean, whoever wins this game is going to go on to much more difficult matchups.
Yeah.
The way that the setup is for this league is there are 2 group stages. 4 are eliminated after one group stage, and then the 4 that move on then play the next 4. And I mean, it's just really, really, really tough teams. If Mouse 1 or if F5 manage to move on, they will either be playing the best of the best of Group 1, or playing someone like Turtle Tactics, coached by Mint, someone like Karn & Co., an Element winner with several very good players like Deity and Vic Bands joining the roster, Unks, which has Ions, I mean, need I say more, and Core Academy having players like Kaysen joining the roster as well. I mean, it's just like it just gets harder from here.
I got a really big question because we talked about how both teams would be banning into that breach style of gameplay. Ace Habana, Cade Bandit, it is really easy to predict. But something that I don't necessarily think F5 is prepared for is the Clash. The problem with banning double breach denial is that you leave those very, I guess you could say, power crush operators like a Clash up on board. And if you've been playing Siege, even if you are a casual player, you understand how broken, how stupid Clash is. And just looking at how slow those attacks were, how F5 played so isolated, I mean, this Clash is just looking like she's gonna eat up.
Eat up like what would one be eating up? What would someone be eating?
Nice baby back ribs.
With a barbecue? Anything?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Barbecue sauce on the ribs or anything else? Oh, opening pick for F5. Z-Man finding a fantastic shot on Defoe. And an immediate question mark out of Stealth as well. Looks like they're not letting that first map loss get to them. Instead, they are starting off with a bang.
It goes back to that information game I talked about. Foe had absolutely no idea that he'd already been pinged out. And this also does really put Clash in a position. Her position right here doesn't have as much value because she doesn't have that extra player supporting her. You also lose a lot of utility with that Azami off the board so early in the round. She's not going to be able to really play around those Akiba barriers, but you got to make sure that you don't let the Clash get something. 2 downs, but he's going to need a lot more than that.
What? And he's going for more. Z-Man finally finds the kill, but how has he been able to get away with this? 2 kills right off the bat, and Slash down as well. He's most likely going to be able to be rezzed, but still, how has he been able to get away with that? The Vert for F5 should have been able to lock down those positions. Should have forced Mouse 1 to not be able to lurk up from those main stairs. They should have had the cutoff, but instead, like we talked about, that operator is just so strong right now. It allows you to put up that shield on top main stairs, play off of a very safe position, and just swing from it and be able to find freebies. What should have been not only just an opening pick, but a cutoff on the Clash and a horrendous round for the defense has turned into an incredibly winnable and actually a little bit of an advantage for the defense instead.
Yeah, Bubbler and Stealth, that execution utility completely off the board. You're not going to have that to help you ease your way into that execute. You also don't really have a lot of info or anything to really clear these powerful positions like the Mira, and Slash so low on health isn't going to necessarily get a whole lot of value off his position because of that.
44 seconds, they're starting to clear out things on the attacking side. Starting to get set for a final execute, but they're pretty spread out. Slash on stock, Z-Man bottom main, and Checky walking his way in from oil with a lot of info for the defense as well. That main stairs is watched by Amira, the hatch is watched by the rest of the defense, and with the proximity alarm to go out, the info is completely in the side of the defense, but the picks are going to the attack instead. Z-Man to be able to find out a Perseus knows there's 1 AKs and he's cut off as well. Suddenly, Fighter finds himself as the last player alive, Mira right next to him, and even though the attack aren't using it to their advantage, the cut is held from Slash. And even though things go awry because of the Clash, they're still able to close out an opening round for F5 on their attack of Clubhouse.
Yeah, phenomenal second half there from F5, understanding the positioning of Mouse 1 on that bomb site, and essentially getting 3 separate 3v1s, 2v1s, you could argue, since you have players using their utility to displace the operators. Mira being pushed all the way back, not fully understanding that the push had gone all the way to blue in kitchen hatch. The player inside of Armory not fully understanding where the Habana was playing the vertical. Another isolated 1v1 there. Then you got a 2v1 on the player over by Stacks. And then Fighter was all left alone. And Plant was going down. The round is over at that point, especially with the Blitz still up. And again, if F5 can continue to read into the positioning of Mouse 1 like that, round in and round out, especially to start off their attack, they could potentially try and claw back this series.
Mouse 1's defense, they're choosing to go back onto basement. Now, hopefully for them, they can lock down blue a little bit more. As the problems didn't really come in from main stairs, the Clash was able to hold down that position very well and make the round not only just winnable, but make it an advantage for the defense. And even after that, the Mira held down bottom main very, very well. The problem was, after that stock hatch started to be opened up, and they rotated the Blitz down into oil as well, they just took the 3v3, bursted through from that onto AKs, and then just took that space very, very effectively. And it doesn't seem like there's a ton in pocket for Mouse 1 specifically to counter that out. Still, most of the players of Mouse 1 over towards Church, over towards other places in basement, maybe like main stairs as well, but F5 reading into their previous round, instead they're starting off very, very blue focused. Shield on Lounge and the rest of the team looking to take that space.
Amazing he can't play this position. He has to constantly worry about the behind him, and if they apply just a little bit of pressure, he's just hoping that this Blitz isolates himself so Skoda can come up and get the kill. But with Sledge on that drone, they may be able to read into this. This is a position that Checky has to be very difficult or careful of. With Slash on that window, it's going to make this cross and fall back for the Clash even more difficult.
Forcing him to instead just place down that Clash shield. Move slightly away from the position. Skoda's still here, but a pick to come in from elsewhere. It's 2 picks to be found completely elsewhere on the map, and even though Z-Man trades, it's still an advantage for the defense, and it still looks really difficult because you're still swinging at a close angle with a shotgun, but Skoda just gives his life away. Once again, a puzzling fight very early on taken around a Clash shield, but it looked like it was going towards the attacking sided way. Still a 3 versus 3 at a minute left, and it's looking to play out very similarly to last round as F5 still stacked around hatches and still looking for a late round drop.
Oh no, he just spots out the feet of Fighter. He's not going to be able to get the finish out. Eventually they could get that revive, but amazing inside of Armory is really important. He could be the answer to stop this drop from Kitchen Hatch.
Just holding hatches down, holding down bottom main as well. Still 1 smoke in the pocket of Foe, but it's 45 seconds. There's not a ton of time delay, and the C4 in the pocket of Fighter as well is no longer being able to be used, so not a ton of plant denial for them. And on the other side for F5, a lot of execute utilities. Still 2 Candelas in pocket, and Bubbler just holding it for the final execute. Tossing one down onto the Clash, making her position moot, but still cover coming in from elsewhere. A lot of damage to be taken, but Stealth is able to find the pick onto the Clash. Landing close on triple box. And Mouse 1 looking to retake early, looking to force their positions into F5. Stop anybody from holding cutoffs. That smoke finds a kill. Fighter to be able to find one as well. But Stealth is in a great spot here. It's still a 1 versus 2, but Diffuser is planted, and he's in the perfect spot to be able to cut it off. If somebody starts to go for a tap on basement, he realizes the only win condition for the defense is this retake, so he's holding for Foe. Taps coming in from the defense, looking to bait out the sound. Stealth is not fighting. Instead, he swings at the worst time, and Foe finds the cutoff. And Mouse 1 playing it to perfection. The sound bait and the cut held by Foe playing perfectly off of each other for Mouse 1 to find an answer on their defense.
Yeah, that last kill almost sent me out of my seat. And that's a round where, yet again, Mouse 1 finds an advantage. This was a problem that happened on Chalet. We've been talking about problems that fall down to the system, that carry out onto map after map. It doesn't really matter where you're playing. It's kind of a system problem where Mouse 1 get a very early advantage. I think at one point they had a 5v3 or a 4v3, and they overplay their hand. They over-aggress and give easy ISO gunfights to F5, and that's how they start to claw their way back in that round, especially on that blue position. You had that Warden swing onto somebody, or swing onto the red player, that being the Ash. Just don't do that. Just fall back down. You got your 1. You can go back. You don't need to do anymore. And this is a problem that, sure, I can say it's an easy fix for Mouse 1, but they continue to still replicate it round in and round out, and I don't think it's something that they really want to fix.
Got to make good use of the Clash on this round, because with that mid-half ban, it's most likely going to come out of the Clash. We saw her have incredible impact over the past 2 rounds. So again, it's almost definite that F5 on their next ban will take that off the board. So for this round, They're looking to cause as many problems as possible, but no shield out of the side of F5. Nothing to face stuff with that clash. Instead, it's an opposite side hold for Mouse 1, but it looks like it's just a direct take for F5.
Yeah, also, curiously enough, ringing this Maverick, I don't think it's needed. Even if there's a mute on the board, you can still get those walls open. You're still going to be able to get use out of it, don't get me wrong, but you are sacrificing a operator. If you're not having that Ying anymore, Z-Man's going to lose his position yet again to a roamer that F5 has absolutely no idea about whatsoever, and you're taking a century to get this wall open simply because you have Checky on it and you're not going to call Bubbler over, and he's already used both of them.
Said it was a direct take. I completely lied. F5 making pressure throughout the entirety of the map. Yes, there is a wall. The attempted entry on the opposite side goes horrendously because Mouse 1 are playing perfectly into trapping. Now, F5s have gotten that plat wall open, but they've traded a life. And they've also, like you said, wasted out a ton of time and have absolutely nothing to show for it. They're still outside of the map, still looking for freebies. And Mouse 1, half of the round burned. And still, Jacuzzi Wall is closed. Jacuzzi Wall is open, but either way, F5 able to find a pick. That's good. It is something. But it's still a 4 versus 4. And with a minute left, things still look like they're going towards Mouse 1's way. People are just running in front of each other at this point.
Where did the other thermite charge go? Did they get single wall and con? You have a Maverick. Maverick also doesn't fully open. A lot of questionable decisions from both teams right here. 2 flashes completely wasted, and Bubbler is going to get 2 now.
They're just swinging Logi Hatch after... I mean, con was opened up very, very, very early on into the round. And things are just falling apart. Instead of Mouse 1 able to effectively stop this opposite side hold, they're just walking in, and they're just walking directly in front of Fighter. A 2-piece from him makes the 1v4 incredibly winnable. They know exactly where he is. All they need to do is send something like this out. Send a flash out and stop the swing. And that's exactly what they'll do. The flash doesn't quite hit onto that bathroom player, so it baits him into thinking he has some sort of safety, thinking that he's going to catch someone in the sprinting animation, but it's not found. F5 close out what was a very, very, once again, messy round from both these sides.
I want to go to a specific point. The second player who swung breach, or not breach, but Logi Hatch. I understand that situation. That sure, somebody in construction just died, and you want to try and take the closest gunfight that you can take, which would be that Logi Hatch. But you just don't take that gunfight. There's just so many positions in that round where it's if Mouse 1 just don't swing and they just play time, then it's perfect. It's fine. They can force F5 to waste their time. Because keep in mind, they just work so slow. Sure, they got Logi Hatch. Sure, they got Jacuzzi Hatch. But that position over by CC and Cash should not have been taken. Just giving up way too much respect. Understand you have that cross inside of construction. You also have that window being held. But you can just play there for as long as possible. And again, it's around in continuing off of map 2 or map 1 of Chalet, where both teams continuously just make mistake after mistake, and it really just comes down to who has the better positioning in that late round to shut down those kills.
Also, it might be uncomfortable, but late round, you can do something like rotate your Mira below. That was a C4 that they still had on the board. And there's soft floors in pretty much the entirety of both of those sites, save a slight corner in bedroom, but that, I mean, it's really hard to plant there because you have the Logi rotate open, you have a lot of angles, but either way, if you rotate a C4 below, then something like a Clash can get info, something like the deployable cameras that they had can get info as well. You play off of that C4, and worst comes to worst, you can stop plant late time, because F5 are taking a long time on their attack. That could have been a win condition that they played into, but instead, Mouse 1, not really playing into it. Like we said, the ban of the Clash comes out very, very predictably for F5, so Mouse 1 not able to use it, but F5 also not able to use any other hard breach. The Thermite comes out, and now the Maverick is the only thing that F5 are being able to use. They are making effective use of it. So they're getting open that Jacuzzi side and also inserting a lurk of stealth onto these top main stairs. Seems like
Stealth
Mouse 1
has-
are aware of it, though.
Stealth has like a fantastic opportunity here to get a kill, but he has to make the move. The bomb site is relatively soft. You have the defense starting to rotate around in their positions. You also have this cross being held by Slash that was hit up by Checky. So many opportunities here for F5 to get the opening. Find a way into this bomb site, find a way into the round. They just don't have enough info to make that first step.
And finally, the Mav trick going off. There was a little bit of disrespect in chat because it took a little bit longer, and F5 were struggling with it a little bit. But finally, that ends up being able to be done. So now Jacuzzi wall is open. Stealth is still hooked up top main stairs. With the smoke going out, it could have been a perfect opportunity, but the smoke fades, and the kill is being found by the defense. 2 picks for them. Perseus just holding down his position.
It's all up to Checky and Z-Man. Checky, he's able to find one. Makes it a 2v4. A little bit more possible. With Foe all the way inside of CC. He's able to finish it off with 2. And yet again, a round where it is so difficult based off of the fact that they just didn't have enough hard breach. Also, that poorly timed smoke pipe not working in the favor of Sledge, trying to make his way up main stairs. A lot of unlucky situations for F5 that Mouse 1, they're able to take advantage of.
I also want to say for Mouse 1, that was a much better round compared to the one just prior. We talked about for Mouse 1, they had the advantage on the last round. They got that opening pick, and if they had just played a little bit more passive, been a little bit more confident in themselves, and not given away freebies to F5, then the round would have gone their way. Well, there's absolute proof of that in that last round that we saw. They got themselves an advantage, they played more passively, and instead of swinging into these players, they held each other's crosses. They stopped the lurks from being able to be found from top main stairs. Yes, the breach was open, but they didn't swing off of that. Yes, Logi Hatch was open, but they didn't swing for a freebie. Instead, Perseus was just holding his position down in that little cache closet, didn't overswing, didn't give himself away, and his teammate had his back. For Mouse 1, a much, much better look that round, and even without a clash, looks like they're still functioning at a very, very high level.
I found out a really good little micro change from F5, understanding and identifying that there's a vigil for Mouse 1. Switched on to that Deimos, but then switched on to the Dokkaebi, which, to be fair, you just activate that Deimos tracker. You just rotate back down the site. That's that. With the Dokkaebi tracker, you can't necessarily ignore it. They do find Foe, but is he aware that there is a Blitz right in front of him, but the hatch inside of stock is going to allow him to rotate? It is Perseus with 2! Skoda with another one! And F5, they fall apart just 30 seconds into the round.
Completely destroyed from bar, and now it's just a 2 versus 5. A little bit of a misstep from the defense as that kitchen hatch is completely soft, and yes, they are able to find a pick onto Foe, but it's still a 2 versus 4. It's still a virtual lockdown from Mouse 1. Bubbler makes it a little bit more winnable. Well, this Perseus being able to find the trade onto Checky, it's a 1 versus 3. Perseus has just shut down F5's attack single-handedly this round.
I mean, he has opportunity. He has 2 minutes. Mouse 1, time and time after again, they've given up rounds where they have advantages. Fighter, where are you running? Bubbler is going to take his head off. With Perseus so low on health, both players disconnected, a drone in the pocket of Bubbler that he can use. 1 minute and 30 to work with. This is a perfect opportunity for him to potentially claw back and clutch this round.
Info given out from that deployable camera, so Mouse 1 do know where the eventual push is going to come from, but still with plenty of time, 1 minute and 15 to rotate around, to find an entry, and to place drones for his teammate. He's trying to give himself a position where he can drop from and play off of the info from his teammates. He set up that position, and he set up a drone to be able to know if a swing is coming in from half wall. All he needs to do is cover for himself. Puts the Grim Bees down to stop a swing from coming in from blue. He knows that one is back church. All he's looking for is the second player. The second player of Amazing has already wrapped back into church as well, but he's gone from the other side! Wrapped and found Amazing. He knows that the second is playing behind this half wall, but he doesn't realize that now he's close on bomb. Perseus, like we said, is very low HP, but now he realizes, oh, Glass is in church. I have Case. All I need to do is put it down into the ground, and I have 25 seconds left at this point to do just that. Rotate out of Perseus, goes through the rotate, but he swings directly into Bubbler, and around a 1 versus 3 thrown to F5.
Wow, man. I talked about it. Mouse 1, when they see that man advantage, they start to lick their lips and they're like, we want more. And F5's like, oh, you can get more. We're going to allow you to take that space. We're going to allow you to play aggressive. One v3 situation. And the fact that F5 after the start, it was a 5v2. They had a 5v2, and the fact that they still played aggressive, got so greedy. They wanted to just end that round so quick that eventually it punished them. And again, it goes back to that system, that playstyle problem. It doesn't matter if it's Chalet, Clubhouse, or Layer. It's a problem that is going to continuously show up for Mouse 1, and F5 taking advantage of it.
It's not just a single player throwing their life. Like you said, in a 5 versus 2, there's... I mean, that's not just on one player. There is absolutely no excuse for that. The 1 versus 3, yes, it is more egregious, but at that point, you just play off of each other. You had such a... Mouse 1, that is. Had such a fantastic round just on the prior, playing off of each other, playing passively, playing disciplined. And all that discipline goes out the window when they see themselves, like you said, in a 2 versus X and a 1 versus X. They realize, oh, I can just go for swings, right? No. Even though on the previous map you did very well against F5, they are still a team that is at your level skill-wise. You cannot just give away free 1v1s. For Mouse 1, unfortunately for them, they've given away yet another one. Perseus, the player to put it down into a 2 versus 5, finds himself as the first off the board, no longer able to find the impact that he had on the previous. And F5 still going on for a basement attack. Looks very, very poised to take a lot of space early, but Lurk is still active.
Yeah, there's another lurk from the Mouse 1 player, that being Fighter. He has a really good opportunity here. Get maybe a kill or two, stunt this execution, and with 3 people, there's just so many opportunities. He just has to get the timing down.
Doesn't seem like they have any idea either. Yeah, crosshair placement is down towards those lower stairs, so sometimes you'd be able to tell if players were aware of a lurk, but they just have no idea. He's just biding his time. Another 30 seconds off the clock, and he's not activating until he knows he will be able to find 2, and not only just trade himself out, but find even parity for his team. Slash swinging close.
He just needs to swing. He sees 1! He just misses the shot. I don't think anybody heard it, though. He needs to try to make the make. He finds Slash. He retakes the position inside of Bar. They continue to waste time, and he gets another one. At least a down for Bubbler. The C4 out. But a shot midair.
But things are still crumbling. Skoda to be able to find the downed player onto stealth. But the pickups are coming for F5. Suddenly, that over-aggression once again coming out of Mouse. They want to be able to find those kills. They know that they have downed 1 player, so they want to be able to capitalize. But instead, that's caused them to lose the advantage. Bubbler, that was the downed player, able to be rezzed, now back alive for his team. Now for F5, it's a man advantage. Candela not causing a drop for his team. Still 20 seconds, that is, on the board for F5. And a lot of execute utility, that being thrown out right now. 2 Candelas, still in pocket for Bubbler. Stacked up on Moto, but the swing is coming out very, very dry. Playing in from blue, they're just swinging off of each other. Z-Man to be able to find 1, and it's a 1 versus 3. And the Blitz is distracting, doing his absolute best, and Z-Man cuts it off. It's another round for F5 and a 4-2 half.
A 2-4 for Mouse 1. You know what? Yeah, I'll give it to them. It is Clubhouse. But the amount of opportunities, the amount of leads that they had in that first half, If they had just played more passive after shutting down 2 to 3 entry kills, going completely untraded, it would be yet another 5-1 half for them. But because they had, I'm not necessarily saying it's inexperience, but because they were just too antsy, too greedy, they turned a 5-1 half into 2-4-1 at that. And again, I can talk about how bad Mouse 1 played, how they continue to give up man advantages. But at the end of the day, it was really up to F5 reading into it perfectly and then taking advantage of it perfectly. And this time around, instead of a double hard breach ban from the defense, we actually have a Hibana and Ying ban, understanding that there was a lot of use in that execution utility, especially on a map like Clubhouse, and they want to remove that very early.
And then also the Ying to be able to stop them from taking quick space. With those two bans, they've gone down to the basement because it's a lot more playable. Again, it's not only just those hatches, but also to be able to get ranged hard breach and ranged denial onto those Miras. Not only just that, but then also with the Ying ban as well, it's a little bit harder to take space. It's a little bit harder to drop through those hatches once you have opened them up. Moto becomes a lot more difficult because you are swinging into an angle from blue that almost definitely F5 are going to have a Mira watching.
You can only get one hatch open. You only have an ace. You have no secondary can openers. You don't have a Maverick on the board. You could even bring a Thermite. But no, you choose to go foe. And you do have that hatch inside of open. Not open, but bar that they opened up. Not entirely sure if they opened up stock, but I know for sure that they did close kitchen. And it's just so many missed opportunities. Speaking of missed opportunities, they're going to miss out on that entry onto Checky. He's going to run his way back down to site. Z-Man and Slash still on this top floor, still playing spoilers. Mouse One are very aware of their positions. It just comes down to how they want to deal with this.
Yeah, Checky almost giving his life away, but still the aggression is out from F5. Like you said, two roamers still on top of this top floor, and Mouse 1 are going for the full clear. Skoda specifically hot on their tail in through construction as well is going to be very, very quickly up onto these roaming members. Fighter droning out the mid floor, kind of giving up on the roam a little bit. As well, Stealth is holding down this bar area. F5 just have complete control of this mid section of the map, but Mouse 1 are looking to take from the opposite side. Slash working his way up top main stairs as well. They're just all controlling this central spine of the map.
Yeah, so Disconnected doesn't look like they are aware whatsoever of Stealth's position, but even with all of that, he's going to choose to fall back. Slash also choosing to do the same. And now that's the entirety of your roam and extension back down onto the bomb site. This allows for Mouse 1 to play and toy with the time. A minute and 14, you can see that they're not fully aware that this roam has completely fallen off. They don't really have all that info in their pocket just for now. They are going to get rid of one of those operators, or I guess you could say cams, from Z-Man. But again, without having the ability to open up two hatches, it is going to really force them to funnel.
The operator pick of the Scopos as well, just able to drop back all that much safer, but now that the site hit is coming in, it's still going Mouse 1's way. Even though they weren't able to find any roamers, the site hit is still finding very free kills for them. With 40 seconds left, things slow down just a little bit, but it's just a bait. It's just a little bit of a slowdown, and the push comes through. Once again, Skoda finds one to Bubbler, Mason onto Slash, and now Z-Man, the last alive, finds the Blitz. But it's still a 1 versus 3, and Foe closes it out. A slow take, but slow and steady, winning the race for Mouse 1 as they enter into their attacking side. 1 round up, and 1 round closer to tying up the score.
I think they did have stock hatch open. And it is kind of a situation where you had a lot of pressure applied on blue. That was where the first, go button was hit by Mouse 1 to kick off their execution on the bomb site. You got rid of a lot of that pressure, and then you had essentially nobody inside of armor. You did have that Legion that was kind of playing in between Stack and bottom blue, But because you only had one player, keep in mind they didn't even have anybody push into dirt. You just had your Blitz make his way down main hallway, take a left, and he's in the bomb site, and he has all that control. Again, it is the lack of readability from F5 to understand that they gave up so much control on that bomb site, and that Mouse 1 essentially had little to no hard breach utility, that they could have just reinforced that stock hatch, and that execution on blue probably would have never happened.
I like the roam out of F5 though. Even though the round didn't end up going their way, and yes, there was a very big gap towards blue that allowed Mouse 1 to split from Moto and blue and take site very effectively, still the early and mid round went very well for them. They delayed a ton of time and were able to safely all drop back. The only damage that was taken early on in the round was Checky with a little bit of a miss round very early round and almost losing his life to a very large mistake in oil. But the roam went really, really smoothly. For F5, once again, they're on an extension. Once again, they're looking for aggression, but playing behind shields instead. It's a little bit less of a loose roam, but playing a lot more off of utility. And with the Warden able to very effectively just stop that Blitz in his tracks. The flash isn't able to be used, and now Skoda trying to play off of that and trying to play into the aggression. They're all just losing their lives. F5 are winning every single gunfight, countering everything perfectly, and keeping Mouse 1 so far away.
3 ISOs to open the round for Mouse 1. Blitz putting himself on an island, exposing his legs, allowing for Z-Man to shut him down. The Grim swinging onto Slash inside of Cash, completely isolated, and then just kind of whiffing, and then they weren't aware of him below the construction window.
Oof. Refire from foe, finds one, finds a second onto stealth. Hold on. 2 versus 3. Makes it a lot more winnable. Goes for the reload, giving himself a full magazine, but no. Just barely gives away his head. Even though he's able to find 2 and makes it a lot more winnable, now that it's in a 1 versus 3, seems like all of that momentum has gone out the window, and Slash closes it out, and now for Mouse 1, it's an even 4 versus 4.
Again, it is just those
it is not.
individual mistakes. It really is the individual mistakes by Mouse 1. But more importantly, it's every time they make those mistakes, it's in a very pivotal part of the round or a very powerful position you're trying to clear. The Blitz up top red, if he gets that kill, the entirety of that extension and Cash has to play back, or fall back rather. And then when he falls back, you have Skoda in a position to cut that cut up. But because not only Blitz lost his gunfight, completely isolated, no utility being used to aid him to try and push out that Warden, but then on top of that, you had the Grim just take an ISO gunfight, whiffed his shots, and that's the round over, essentially right there and then you just allow Slash to just run and go under a con window and get a kill there. It is not only these individual mistakes, but because they're making them at the probably the most important times of the round, they're just dying off.
But also, one of the things that I want to point out is it was I mean, we talked about Mouse 1 playing very well off of each other on the first map and playing very well off of things like Capitao and Grim, but on that round, they had the Grim. They had the ability to be able to send one of those canisters into top red and play off of not only just the Blitz all by his lonesome, but also off of the info of the Grim and also putting potentially Grim right behind the Blitz to clear out that position as well. They had all the tools to be able to take that space, but instead they were just so disconnected. Change in a swap out. In this round, it seems like they are playing a lot tighter off of each other. Playing one repelled on Plat, and it works out for them. Foe finding that opening pick onto Slash, things look a lot better for them. As they're opening up main wall very safely from Perseus, as they're, I mean, they could get C4, but no one is quite in position to be able to capitalize off of that. Main wall seems like it's being opened up with ease.
Still got Bubbler able to slow it down for at least now. Checky's not going to be in a position to deny that wall, so it will eventually get open. You have Stealth also being paired with Checky. right down here. They tried to hold that bottom garage position as long as possible, but with that Maverick and the additional pressure from that ace, they have to give up that control. The only player left away from the bomb side essentially is going to be Z-Man in this highway position. He's going to be on an island, but with no Capitao and no grenades, there isn't necessarily anything that can immediately push him out.
Yeah, there's nothing to flush him out of this position. A little bit of info for Mouse 1 and trying to play off of that potentially for a kill to just swing this, but instead the swing is going to be punished elsewhere on the map by Bubbler. Pick to close it out, and another. Once again, just pick after pick after pick going F5's way, and it's just all falling apart. They're trying to flood in towards bottom garage as well, but Stealth is holding down on Lounge. Yes, they punish the run out, but it's still a 1 versus 3, and it's still just individual picks falling apart. They're trying to flood from multiple spaces, and I like the idea of confusion and trying to send multiple players into multiple positions. Surely F5 can't win all of their ones, but if you're doing it on a disconnected timing, and if you're not using tools that are open to you like shields, the rounds are just going to continue to go towards the defense's way.
I mean, it is really going to take a miracle here. 30 seconds. Unlike Mouse 1, F5 knows how to hold a man advantage, so this 3v1 is probably going to stay a 3v1. But one thing I'm really frustrated with is Mouse 1 misusing their utility. I talked about how they didn't bring any grenades. They didn't bring a Capitao necessarily to displace. But what they did bring was a lot of utility to get that wall open. With a Cade off the board, not only do you have that Thatcher, you also have Perseus, who can open the wall with his map trick. You have Buck, who can go down below. And with all of that utility, it is kind of a sense where it is simply too much. And because of that, you give up that needed displacement utility, like frag grenades, like a Capitao. I mean, hell, you could even bring a Ying, but it's banned. F5 perfectly reading into that, getting use out of that ban, and it's just simply Mouse 1 not bringing the needed utility for the push that they had set up in that round.
It's interesting that things have just so drastically switched from map to map. Coming off of the first map, we were talking about, oh, this is going to be very difficult for F5. Mouse 1 looked very drilled on that last map, and the new ban system was really giving F5 a lot of struggles on their attacking side, but F5 managed to get for themselves a 4-2 half instead, looking down the barrel of very similar bans on a map that should have crippled them. But now F5 in a very similar position to Mouse 1 on the previous map, setting match point with Mouse 1 only having 3 rounds. These two teams are very, very close right now, and after the first map, it's a little bit shocking.
It is, and I go back to my point. I kind of had it as a fallback to, if I got my main point wrong, I just say, oh yeah, I did say that it could go this way. But the problem with a lot of these, again, and I don't mean this as an insult. When I say lower tier teams, I mean just teams that don't play in leagues like a main season Blitz. Probably a lot of these players have played inside of Riot, but they haven't played in TPL. They haven't played in Crucible, and a lot of these lower tier teams fall back onto the system where they can really only win their map pick, and then that makes the third map really even-sided, and that's what we're seeing here. Mouse 1 is just not fully understanding on how to play Clubhouse, especially going back to that utility point I made just about the last round.
Now they have picked onto his shield, though, and it's something that we have seen out of Mouse 1, but not really to great effect. Actually, neither of these two teams have really used shields besides Clash to very good effect. So hopefully for Mouse 1, that adaptation is exactly what they need to be able to push off of a lot of global operators, a lot of operators that can just push a button and have immediate impact. This Finka to be able to res and give health for her team, Yokobi to be able to send calls out and give info, and the Deimos to be able to find info for himself as well. There's a lot of very low risk, relatively high reward operators for Mouse 1 that can potentially play their guns off of the back of the Blackbeard. I quite like this operator lineup, but once again, it always comes down to how well and how effectively you utilize those shields on attack.
Mouse 1 trying their best to try and clear, at least for now, apply pressure into the start position. Foe on a little bit under half health, you're not fully able to get that player. But oh no, Perseus! He had a phenomenal opportunity to catch Bubbler off guard, but he just misses those last 2 shots. He's going to be able to reside back for now. As soon as Smoke loses this utility, there isn't really anything for him to deny this position, deny foe from pushing up. And he knows that, so he's going to try to play a little bit more aggressive, try and potentially catch him off guard as Bubbler eventually is down by Mouse 1.
And that would be really, really unfortunate if we see him go down, because it's not only just that, but with the smoke going down as well, with 0 smokes in his pocket, there's very little to stop this plant once it finally goes down for Mouse 1. They're playing off that C4, but it isn't able to find anything. A pick from Z-Man elsewhere, and a pick from Fighter as he's just running down that main hallway, rushing into Church, but kills are found from the defense instead. What? Fighter goes down, Z-Man's just running around, killing everybody. And Skoda now finds himself in a 1 versus 2. Yes, he has Case. Yes, he has 40 seconds. But he's terrified of Z-Man just running around everywhere. He can slow down for a little bit. He has a little bit of time, but he has nothing. He has no nades. He has no util to be able to shake up the positions of these 2 players. And they're just going to be sitting at the back of Church, waiting for him to push forward. If he takes any space, makes any sort of a misstep, he's gonna get punished, but it's Z-Man instead. Now a 1 versus 1. I don't think he realizes where the last player is. No, he does. Swing coming through. He realizes that the last player is in on Moto, but such low time, he can't swing. Slash instead swings, could have given his life away, but a gun down instead for the attack and a kill for the defense.
F5, they fall back onto their map pick. They shut it down as Mouse 1 just absolutely crumble. I talked about how they made quite a bit of mistakes on their own, even with their success on Chalet. And because it continued on in a consistent fashion here on to map 2, F5 Esports, they ran into it on map 1, and going on to map 2, they were more prepared, and they already understood the mistakes that Mouse 1 were making. And they said, if we continue to see this, we can just go ahead and punish it. And they send us to a map 3.
I'm so confused on that last play. It's 0-0. You realize where the last player is, and you have an LMG. All you need to do is just hold down that corner. And yes, it's not a great win condition, but it's the only win condition that you have for your team. I'm baffled. A 7-3 from M1, and they looked spectacular, and then they just crumbled on what is the most basic map in the entire pool and should have been, I mean, not a freebie because it's your opponent's map pick, but should have been something that, I mean, they just didn't look like they knew what to do on their defensive side.
I mean, now we're going on to Lair. The script has completely been flipped. This is not only a very good map, but a map previously won by F5, and I don't even know if Mouse 1 have even played it. So before we go on to our final and third map, we're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back shortly to decide who goes on to Phase 3 and who goes to sleep in the bed right next to their desk.
Valena only at 16, and the Free Fire comes through, and Hush clutch it up. It's a collapse from Phantom Legion, but you still have to keep in mind, this is
dying.
I don't know where he is anymore. They've lost complete track of him. The Monty is going to spot him, however, but he's Oryx. He can just down the Monty, and now he's going to try to get away, but no! The glass overextends. Rival, you're so good! As now everything falls apart. Map in match point. Secured for Fluffy Aimers.
Map 3 very much on the horizon. Pepper, despite their best efforts, despite the climb, might be a little bit too much for them as now they sit in a 2 versus 5. Eyes on storage, but completely banged out of the round. You can't even leave this prison, Valiant. It's going to be F5 to shut you back down.
Might be playing towards default plant, and does he have the support? It looks like he does. Snake forcing Giddy. He's getting pushed down, pushed back, and he's going to be traded out. Flurry of kills. It starts to slow down a little bit, but they just can't slow down. 5 seconds remaining. The plant going down. It's one remaining defender to keep themselves in this series. Packer getting the kill, but it's instantly traded out from Snake. And goodbye, Maker. Playing towards default plant, and does he have the support? It looks like he does. does Snake, forcing Giddy. He's getting pushed down, pushed back, and he's going to be traded out. Flurry of kills. It starts to slow down a little bit, but they just can't slow down. 5 seconds remaining. The plant going down. It's one remaining defender to keep themselves in this series. Packer getting the kill, but it's instantly traded out from Snake. And goodbye, Makers. And Ariel, welcome to the grand final.
Control, but he can just walk up behind any of them, getting us the first pick and the second pick that he needs to reverse the man count. And now his team, they sit in the advantage. They sit in the majority, and Didi and Emilio, they have to go for this big rotate because the wall's not open. C4 sits in the hands of Rival. If they try to pick him off from control room, they're gonna try to isolate him now, but that low HP comes back to bite Didi as Rival almost single-handedly Supermans this round.
Decent spot. They do some damage to Shrady as well. But they know about the player that's still inside of security. Seems as though they do, and they're not going to take the fight with him. Space finds the kill. Space finds 2. Third kill for Space. Make it a 4th. Space closes out Border 7-4, and Lycus Empire put themselves 1 map away from the
Dami evening it back up, so it's a 1 versus 2. Dami trying to find the bomb down with the time that he has. Poison the only one on the second floor, potentially able to give him the 1v1 that he needs so desperately, and he finds it. We find ourselves in 1 versus 1. One toxic babe still available for the smoke of Aerial Arise, but the time is not in his favor. A couple claymores. Dami with the verticality finds some feet, but isn't able to find the kill just yet. That you need to be wondering, where are you going to go? You have so little time. The low HPs, and Dami secures it with the AK-12.
Him, as Twist is also just trying to get what little vert he can done with that DMR. 1 player's down, but 2 fall to a C4. Yes, now we see Twist left all alone in a 1 versus 2, effectively a 1 versus 3 if they can get Kiru up. And now any and all gaps you could have to get into the site are, well, they're going to be difficult. Jeez.
It's Toaster dead, and that's a powerful player. While the scoreboard might not show it anymore, Toaster was top fragging, and Toaster was doing it big. Now a big play has to come from Scoop, who spotted 1 top pro, wins that fight against Inreal, gets a double, might be looking for a triple, and he gets Rival. Are you kidding me? There's 15 seconds left. Twist has to get the plant down. He has to get himself inside, making this effectively a 2 versus 1. Kendall has to defend up against both Scary and Scoop, but as that plant goes down, it seems like the dream is coming to an end. It has to be an ace and a clutch for Scoop. Was completely locked off by that air jab, not able to get it, but manages to scoot away and potentially have an opening. He's vaulted now inside of Pro. Has one all the way back admin to deal with, and 1 coffin as well. Not sure if he's going to be able to do this one. Has plenty of angles against him. There's so little he can do at this point. Gets air jab naded and finished off.
Defenders going upstairs because they know how important it is to get the vert. Jackal slumps 1. Can he slump the second? No, he can't. It's a 2v2. This is where you hold on to your cups, your coffees, your teas. It's a 1v1 situation. 14 seconds left on the clock. What a shot. Hectic left in that 1v1 situation. There's pings on him. All you have to do is...
Fixating bolts are something that could really easily force them out of this position, and he's going to leave at the first sign of danger, not even getting to these fixating bolts themselves yet, which now can be used instead to cinch down on the objective and close the site off. Gold good for 2 now as he finds a crossfire on the head of Rival, and the Clash is still holding strong as well. These fixating bolt goes out, but it's going to have no impact as Gold is good for 4. He wants the 50. He's going to go down and step. His teammates should have his back. Gold with the Midas touch on this round. It should be easy for them.
7-3, 7-3. Map picks traded from both of these 2 teams. It's Mouse 1 versus F5, and it's still Irish and Goose on the cast.
We're still here. We're in for the long haul. I wouldn't have it any other way.
You're in for the long haul.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't have it any other way for an elimination game. And again, I talked about how both of these teams have been playing phenomenally, but at the same time, there have been a lot of holes in their game. Mouse won more importantly. A lot of those holes carried on over in to map 2. More importantly, playing very isolated, both on the attack and defense, and then giving up man advantage after man advantage. That continues on to Lair, which, keep in mind, is not only a very favorable map for F5, previously winning it, sure, 8-7, but not a lot of teams at this skill level even want to play Lair, so the fact that we are even seeing it is astonishing to me, and I have nothing, absolutely nothing on Mouse 1 on Lair. So we're going kind of a little bit blind.
And with the struggles that Mouse 1 had attacking Clubhouse, once again, the story has completely changed. Going into Clubhouse, I was talking about how I was a little bit worried about F5 because of their struggles on attack, because of the double hard breach ban could have potentially really crippled them. But going into Lair, it's the exact opposite story. On Clubhouse, because of just a single ban of the Ying, that really seemed to throw Mouse 1 for a loop. That was banned instantly, and instead of going for something more cohesive like a double or triple hard breach ban, instead, it was that mixed with other hard breach bans, and it really made it super difficult for them. They weren't able to cohesively take space off of each other. They did use the shields, but it was pretty disconnected. Perseus and Foe were trying to take space, but instead of somebody playing shoulder to shoulder with them and trading off of the space that they took, instead, it seemed like they still wanted to go for the loose style of attack that Ying or something else really helps with. Without that tool, they weren't really able to adapt as much on Clubhouse, and I'm worried that it could be the exact same on Lair.
And yet again, I don't want to continue to keep piling on Mouse 1, but if we go into the map ban phase and we look at the map that they had to choose between, it was Cafe, Border, and Lair. Mouse 1 banned out Cafe, more than likely due to the fact that they played it twice so far in phase 2, losing it both times 5-7, and understanding themselves that they would rather take the gamble on either Border or Lair and go to a map that they consistently do not have an answer for to close out, which again really goes back to the idea that they might not be prepared enough for this matchup of Lair, especially with how F5 played on map 2.
I honestly don't like the blitz ban here. Something that we saw a good amount out of F5 throughout the first 2 maps, but it's something that we've seen neither team really have a ton of great impact on. We've seen it kind of be moot for both teams. Instead of being able to take space super quickly, play off of your teammates, and go for very quick, very hectic, but good executes off of something like a riot shield directly in the defense's face, neither team has really been able to do that. So keeping it on the board and maybe banning something else out, like another hard breach, might have gone a little bit better for Mouse 1. I'm not the biggest fan of that, especially, again, leaving up something like a Thermite that F5 have immediately picked onto, realizing that the attack is going to start, that the defense is going to start on that second floor.
And I think going into this first half for F5, it is really important on how they play up against Mouse 1. We saw just on Mouse 1, they had a 2-4 defensive half on Clubhouse. If you're very familiar with just not even competitive, but just Siege as a whole, probably is, that is lower than expected. 4-2 half for the defense, though. That is what we'd expect. And now starting on the defense of a map like Lair that honestly sometimes and consistently does, obviously in a higher pro level, so it's not the best comparison, but it does tend to favor the attack sometimes than others, and especially with all of this execution utility. The factor of how F5 played their attack on Chalet, of just focusing on one point on the map and applying all their pressure and focus onto that, especially with this Lair here, it seems like it might be the same story.
F5, even with the blitz ban, are choosing to go on to something like a Monty to do a little bit similar of a job. Take space very safely, have something to play off of for the attack. Checky, instead of working his way in from the main side or opening up main breach and just walking in directly for a plant, instead he's walking around the back hallway, and his teammate of Buck, trying to work his way in through first floor, has lost his life to Fighter, and it seems like a second player as well is trying to take up his space. Bubbler, trying to play off of his teammate, making a little bit of vertical pressure. But is he aware that they're just running around on first floor? It seems like it isn't going to matter because picks are still found. Another kill going towards the defense's way. Checky trades, but swings for a second and just gives his life away. Bubbler is able to find one onto Skoda. That's a good pick, but still things are just falling apart for F5.
Not having enough info on the player downstairs, not having enough info on the bomb site, and then you had Checky make a very ill-advised swing. Sure, he did get one kill before that, but now you find yourself in a 2v4. Little to no opportunities, and both Bubbler and Slash completely disconnected by positioning and floors.
Info out for this attack, but not able to be capitalized on. Bubbler still below, and Slash still disconnected. But Perseus, sorry, no, somebody else. It's Fighter putting himself in the corner position. He's not going to get droned either. He's putting himself in a crossfire position with Foe playing on those stairs. Now he finally is going to get droned out. So Slash realizes he's in that close corner, but there's just too many defenders on Mouse 1, and too many of them stacked up around defending that hallway. They all know where he is, and they're all just holding for him. The second that he swings, he's going to get taken out. And Bubbler was playing on the first floor, rotated back up to the window, looking for a freebie, but Perseus is going to shut it down. Are we going back to the old Mouse 1 of Chalet and just closing everything out?
I was about to talk about that point. I saw that 4v2 for Mouse 1, and I got a little scared for them, especially after what we saw in Clubhouse, but a phenomenal job at understanding not only did they have a very healthy man advantage, F5 didn't necessarily have a whole lot of map control. They hadn't really worked the site, only getting the armory wall open, and even with that, they can't necessarily entry with it. Just set up a crossfire there. But on top of it, Mouse 1 understanding that they also had the case in their control, and that they didn't need to aggress. They didn't need to go seeking for kills, giving isolated opportunities, even going to the gunfight with Thermite, having Fighter in that corner, then his teammate, Bandit, going inside of Armory, backing him up, setting up a two-man crossfire. That's something that we didn't see on Map 2. That's something that we didn't see on Map 1 when they gave away man advantages twice on their defense in there. And you're really starting to see Mouse 1 understand their mistakes and just say, we just need to play passive. Just sit in sight, guys. And perfectly doing that in just the first round.
Something that was pointed out to me during the break as we were kind of talking about the game is maybe some of these teams or some of these players aren't really as experienced with best of threes, and going through a much longer match between these two teams might cause a little bit of fatigue. On the first map, we saw Mouse 1 looked really, really drilled on their attacks. They were setting up cuts, doing a very effective job of pushing F5 around, and then just punishing them really, really smoothly. And then on the second map, they just looked super disconnected. Maybe for the third map, it's just still devolved to a lower point of Mouse 1 still not having as much structure as the first map, but it not really mattering as the swings are just going their way. Still aggression for Mouse 1, but F5 playing off of much better info. Yellow ping to go out onto this hallway position. They realize where he is, and elsewhere a pick to be able to be found. Clear is going very well. Could it get even better?
Yeah, he just needs to do something. Fighter swing, Slash isn't able to find the kill. Two nades trying their best to push him out, but Slash, he just misses it. But Fighter, he comes into contact with a Blackbeard. It doesn't matter though with the crossfire from Slash and Bubbler. They're good for two, and throughout all of the mistakes and misfortunes in that first half engagements, F5 is able to come out of it with a 4v2. It's just up to Perseus and Skoda. It's still half of the round to play with for F5, but Perseus, he has an opportunity to play spoilers.
Retake from Perseus. Yellow pings to go out, but it looks like F5 are very well aware of his position as well. They're looking for the reswing, but Slash just swings in front and finds two! Bubbler finally with a trade, but it makes it so much more winnable for Skoda. He's sitting on site, and it's a 1 versus 2, yes. F5 still have a lot of time, yes. But a 2 versus 4 and a 1 versus 2 are so significantly different. If one of these players for F5 even just makes a slight mistake, things could go Skoda's way. They're looking to not make that mistake. Droning him out, getting info before they go for any drops. The vertical is still there, but Skoda able to find such an impactful kill onto Bubbler. 1 HP on Z-Man, but he still finds the drop and finds the kill. That was a razor's edge.
Dude, I'm with Bubbler, man. That was hilarious. I mean, how? First of all, not only how does that Aruni win that gunfight when she wasn't prepared and the thermite holding the vertical was waiting for her to make that rotate, but then with essentially, I don't know. I think the gun on Z-Man and then Skoda are pretty much even out, but with that DMR and solo and help, just a little bit of a pinch onto Z-Man would have killed him. But the Aruni just not prepared for that gunfight. It's a round where just the individual heroics almost pulled Mouse One out of that trench, out of the depths of losing that round. But at the same time, it was that overaggression, the unpreparedness of that last player, Mouse One, that costed them that round. And a phenomenal play there from Z-Man, reading into that engagement perfectly. And that's something that we'll probably continue to see decide these rounds in and throughout.
And it's not, I mean, a lot of people talk about Brazil and Siege at a very high level being who can make the least amount of mistakes, because mistakes are very, very easily punished in this game. But this game, it seems like who can punish better, because both of these teams are making a lot of mistakes. That roam clear was very, very sloppy for F5. They give away their Blackbeard that should have been the one player that you want to keep alive, but they still are able to find a lot of mistakes out of Mouse One's roam. Finding kill after kill after kill. Things look like they're going their way. And then they lose their life to Perseus re-swinging up. It just gets so much more messy on site as well. And yes, they're able to close it out because they're able to punish the mistake of the Aruni holding an angle instead of swinging off tap or swinging off of info. Both of these teams are making mistakes. It's just up to whoever can effectively punish. And it looks like an early swing could have been punished for Fighter, but he escapes with his life. Looking to keep the aggression active, though. Finds a drone at his feet and a C4 to go out, but it doesn't find any info, doesn't find any damage, doesn't find anything. He's still being chased around the entire map, but he's not going to fall back, pushing up those stairs instead, looking to delay a little bit more time as the rest of his team backfills.
Yeah, these Mouse One roamers are just coasting around this map, and because they're moving so fast, F5, they just can't really catch them off. And there's always going to be a new position. Fighter doing a phenomenal job at taking as much space as he is given, and he still has potential to play spoiler. And it doesn't even look like that F5 is, whether or not they're aware of his position, they aren't ready for it.
Once again, the opening death is onto the Blackbeard, and it just gets so much worse. So many kills going for Mouse One, and it's just all falling apart. Bubbler finds one onto Foe, though. It's a little bit more winnable. Could we see yet another round that just gets so close? Another 2 versus 4 that gets incredibly close going towards the side of F5? Potentially. With a minute left, they do have time to piece this together. It seems like they realize that Perseus is somewhere around here, either on the top of the stairs or in the corner of this hallway. But with Bubbler losing his life, it forces Slash into a little bit of uncomfortable aggression. Looking for a closeout, looking for a punish, looking for anything in the 1 versus 4.
Doing a phenomenal job of just not giving him anything. Slash, he looks like he's a little bit schizophrenic here. He has no idea where anybody really is. He sees a couple of traces of the bullets, but nothing more than that.
And, I mean, usually you'd say it's a very quick punish, but it's been about a minute, and they're just playing with their food for Mouse One. Slash just slipping out of the map. He's also just, oh no, he's gonna just sit in front of his drone.
He doesn't really have a good idea of what he wants to do.
Yeah, just letting the time tick down.
Difficult round there for F5, but Mouse One really playing in to this labyrinth of a map. And this is the main problem for attacking teams here on Lair, is it is just such a huge map. It is the biggest map by far out of all the competitive maps we have in the pool. Maybe Fortress rivals it, but I mean, that's in casual. It's not even in ranked or unranked. But this is a problem that F5 has not been able to really navigate around so far. The one round where they won was in a situation where Mouse One just pushed down and bunkered on that bomb site. And even in the round that they won, it came down to a 1v1 that Mouse almost clawed back. throughout all of the success and throughout all of this struggle, there really isn't an operator you can ban out. Sure, Cade is a phenomenal. It's going to make getting these walls open a little bit easier, but Foe's just going to fall back onto that bandit. Because you had to choose those two power crutch operators being Clash and Fenrir, you allow for Mouse 1 to play into this wall denial. And then on top of that, you have to deal with the map. And I talked about how Mouse 1 might not be prepared for this map of layer, but for these first 3 rounds, it's F5 who doesn't look like they're prepared.
For F5, I like the ban of the Ram because it's something that we've seen from this map a lot, and also on Chalet was used to great effect from Mouse 1, but honestly, it might honestly work out in their benefit, because for F5, it's something that going for these full roam clears and then vert down has not worked in their favor. The roam clears have been very messy because, like you talked about, it's such a big map. It's almost impossible to really full clear super effectively. So without a Ram, without something that's more comfortable for them, hopefully that forces them into more direct takes that might honestly work out in their favor. They're still going onto the Monty, and it looks like they're still inserting him in the very same position of this back hallway. The defense very well aware of it. A C4 to go out and almost find a kill. Checky at very low HP, and Fighter's still holding his position, forcing a drop back. He realizes that F5 usually don't play someone directly off of the Monty, which is not great, but hold on, aggression on the mid floor. Stealth is aware of this swing, holding in position, but he's allowed the player to walk into this corner instead. Drones to go out, they know exactly where he is, and the punish found. That's a good start for F5. Instead of getting messy on a roam clear, instead of giving your life away and maybe even losing something off the bat, they found 2 picks. Foe has reaggressed and found one onto the sole hard breach, which is a little bit troubling. But besides that, it's a relatively alright start for F5. They got themselves the advantage.
And you also, F5, being able to collect this essentially 4v2 onto the bomb site. They understand that Foe is playing away rather, on that first floor. If they can take advantage of this in a timely fashion, or if it's Foe to get another one to not only even it out, but this now applies phantom pressure. The constant worry of that flank from the bandit that F5 now has in the back of their mind as they try to approach the bomb site.
Also, even if he doesn't go for a flank, he has a C4 below. He does find a kill, evens out into a 2 versus 2. Z-Man also finds a trade onto Perseus. They have some space towards sight, but amazing find. Z-Man just swinging directly out into nothing. A dry swing, giving the pick away, giving the advantage towards the defense, and now Checky with a pistol is the last alive to be able to find anything, but it's just a closeout from Foe. A great round from him, running around, killing absolutely everyone on F5.
It goes back to my point that I made, that F5 is just not prepared to play around this big map. And what better of an example than just dying to a bandit full sprinting around? I mean, that is something that you just cannot be dying to, especially with a Monty. And we even spoke about that first entry pick that they got into Fighter. They had a Monty on the stairs, they had a player, the Buck playing down below, and then you had somebody playing on the window that Fighter was right in front of. But then when it comes to the bandit, they didn't have enough info on him. They didn't really want to fully address. They understood that, sure, we have a 2v4 on the bomb site. Hell, let's just go hit it. But because they didn't do it fast enough, because they didn't watch that clock, it gave that bandit, it gave Foe just enough time to play spoiler and continue to play that back pressure and get 2 kills. And as soon as you lost that man advantage, that's essentially the round over for F5.
Without the Ram, choosing to go onto the Buck instead. So yes, they do have vertical, but it might be a little bit less comfortable for them because the Ram is very, very safe. You can just toss a Ram drone out, even from outside of the building, and do a lot of very safe vertical work. What's interesting, though, for this attack and comp is 2 shields, something that I've talked about. Neither team has really very effectively used shields. No team has really abused them in the way that we've seen a lot of tier 1 teams be able to do. So to pull out 2 shields when 1 isn't working, maybe that's what they need.
Yeah, double shield might be the answer. Bringing a Monty and Checky on that Blackbeard. But you look over at Mouse 1. Skoda there with that Oryx, and if he can play around, and if F5, whether it be Stealth or Checky, if they find themselves in an isolated 1v1 with that Oryx and no teammate around him. That's what I would call absolute barbecue chicken for the defense.
Yeah, we got it. There's one every time.
That's a one for the day.
F5 and the Monty specifically of this attacking side walking in to a slightly different place. Instead of walking around the other side of this hallway, still in the same-ish spot, but a different doorway to start. Pressure caused instantaneously by being able to take this space. They realize that Mouse 1 are going for a...
What?
He just unshields and gives his life away. All right, I was going to talk about the pressure that he made, but instead, pressure's going to come elsewhere by the rest of his team, just killing everyone on the back. The Monty, even though he gives his life away, is a perfect distraction, and F5 storm through the top floor hold.
Amazing has the opportunity. Both shields isolated. Amazing, he has to be aware of the player right in front of him. Both of them stalling out. They don't have enough information. They don't have enough sound cues. Call, but the swing is going to be ill-advised. Z-Man is going to be able to answer out. Even through all of that F5, they come out with an advantage.
1 versus 2. Slash is such low HP. Z-Man needs to be found. Either that or able to find the diffuser going down with the Sen's gadgets. Covering Slash for just barely enough time for him to be able to get that down. Now the task is all but impossible as Z-Man closes it out. And an attacking round going F5's way, they play a double shield, lose both shields, and still win the round.
It is really, like, I think it's like you said about who can make the least mistakes, but it really just comes down to whichever team makes the most mistakes. Both of these teams are tripping over themselves time and time after again. That double shield didn't necessarily matter. I don't even know what Monty was doing there, allowing Z-Man to just walk right down into the bomb site. No self-awareness on the extension upstairs for Mouse 1, and now they go back down to the basement. So far, they have a 50-50 win percentage if they won it once, lost it twice. And F5, they have the potential to clean it up here, get that even 3-3 having what many consider the worst bomb site on layer for the defensive team.
And I'm hoping Stealth has chat turned off. This is really unfortunate. It's like all 3 maps, Mouse 1 has just been dogging on this poor guy. Like, it's literally like from the start of the match, from like the first 5 rounds when he kind of got off to a little bit of a rough start on Chalet, they just kind of picked on him immediately and have just been dogpiling him from the very beginning of this matchup. Yeah, I feel bad for him too.
It was funny at first, but now it's like chill out a little bit. Like,
yeah, me too.
Let him
I was
breathe.
like, oh, nice.
Let him
a little
breathe,
bit of, you know, a little bit of nice chirping, you know.
Yeah.
But either way, he's got off to a little bit of a rough start in this map as well. But you know, for the sake of him, I hope he turns it around a little bit, shoves it back in Mouse 1's face. Maybe it's a little bit of confidence off the back of it. Either way, it's just purely speculative. Info found for F5, and they're looking to do a very similar clear. Z-Man walking off the back of his own drone, trying to take space. They're trying to close in on Amazing, but he's just holding his ground. Flash to go out, but even though the flash doesn't pop in his face, the pre-swing comes in, Slash holding the angle and cuts him down. Opening pick for F5, and a good start for them, as there isn't a lot of other roam. The rest of the players of Mouse 1 are stuck on basement, so F5 have got an opening pick, gotten all the space towards mid-floor, and have a lot of time to work this vertical.
Yeah, you also have a lot to play with. You got Slash, you could just kind of do all the work himself. He has 3 recharges, also has his Ash canisters. Probably want to save for later on, but again, it's just Mouse 1 giving a lot of respect to this setup from F5. They have a lot of on-site crossfires. They're going to be really strong, especially with really no utility to open up this lab exit position on the reinforced wall that Foe has. A couple of bandit canisters. Also, no position or control inside of warehouse from F5. Foe, he's just going to be sitting here. His position is going to add more and more value, but it looks like they're going for a direct take over by Boiler.
Yeah, this could be troubling if Foe comes back later on, like we've seen him do time and time again on the defense, of just aggressing on the retake, aggressing on the flank very late. It was still tucked in warehouse, and like you said, it seems like it's gonna the main push is gonna come elsewhere. Foe reading that, is falling back into Toxin and falling back towards site. They're reading the push very effectively, but even still, F5 are finding the picks. It's another one their way. Skoda getting down onto the ground. 2 C4s to try to counter out this Blackbeard who's just been sitting outside this entire time, just pressuring. But now, Perseus just walks up on him and finds a kill for free again. F5 just giving their lives away on the shields, but it seems like it doesn't matter. They've gotten wall open. They have enough space for an execute, but Bubbler swinging right in front of the doorway, loses his life. Slash finds one out of Perseus. It's a good cutoff. Still an effective 3 versus 2. And Foe loses life as well. Steph just springing into action, takes down Foe, shuts down his shit-talking, and now he's just sitting on the ground. Fighter in a 1 versus 3, and he loses his life as well. He might not have a lot of picks, but Stealth has the impact frag to break that round open.
Y'all are nothing without shields. Blackbeard was
They're nothing with shields. They're nothing with shields.
The Blackbeard was, there's no shield.
Sorry, that was mean. That was mean.
You guys didn't lose to a shield there. This really, I mean, I'm sorry to say, Irish. I guess it's more sorry for me or Kai's PC in production, but this really does seem like the writing is on the wall for a potential overtime double ban there for the shields, both a Monty and a Clash. We have not seen Clash being played aside from map 2 continue here on the side swap. Sorry, on Lair, and I think banning out that Monty more than likely banning a hard breach. I would hope so. Oh, the Ying rather. So a lot of execution and space clearing utility taken off the board for F5, and Mouse One just going to that default Clash Cade ban.
Yeah, and like you said, we have only seen Clash just a few rounds, but those 3 rounds, she was, I mean, absolutely oppressive. Yeah, she was pretty insane. I mean, we talked about her throughout the entirety of every ban phase as, hey, she's busted, she's insane, and then we got proved very right on Clubhouse by having her shut down the attack several times in a row. So being the insta-ban for Mouse One makes a ton of sense. And the Kaid as well, making a ton of sense because it allows you to attack the basement a lot easier by being able to open up those hatches. And also it forces, if you want to close off the main walls on second floor or towards first floor, if you have an extension towards top floor, something like a bandit, that is a little bit more punishable than a Kaid.
Yeah, they're going to be able to play that Thermite. Also going to have the ace on the board. And again, I really do... I don't want to call it a mistake, but it's kind of a sense where Mouse One really needs to play into this hard breach. It's something that F5 relatively had difficulty with going on to the last 2 rounds. They're able to consistently figure out that problem. But if they can get these walls open, just get rid of the basics, you know, get that checklist part of the round over with, and then focus on those power positions, using a lot of utility. They have 4 flashbangs total and a Dokkaebi with Fighter. There is a lot of potential if they can just figure out where these positions are. They can clear it out in a timely fashion, but losing the opening pick to a run out from Slash is not the way you want to go, especially losing your Thatcher.
Yeah, that makes it a lot more difficult to open up that main wall, because with the Thatcher, hold on. Skoda's just inserting himself right here, all by himself. No drone at his feet, nothing to be able to give him info. But he's just walking up all by his lonesome, taking so much space towards mezzanine. There's no one right directly in front of him at the moment, though. Nothing for him to punish, but he hears the call going out. Gets that opening pick onto check. He swings for the second, but Z-Man finds the trade. After that first pick on the run out as well, now that puts F5 not only just in a man advantage, leaves Mouse One as just 3 players. Now, they have 2 hard breachers, so that gives them the ability to open things up like we see from Foe, to be able to pressure out site hold members and maybe give them a little bit of space, but still. Once that plant is going down, it's an effective 2 versus 4 because you have one of your guns that is just all focused on getting that plant down, and it just goes from bad to worse because Fighter swings into the site looking for a freebie, looking to play off of his own info, and gives his life away. It's a 2 versus 4, and at 1:10, F5 are stalling outside of the building, looking for a fight, looking for a pick to get back into this round. it doesn't look like F5 are giving.
Need something huge. Foe, though, with a kill onto Bubbler. He finds a safe position to try and put that case down. He understands that somebody's going to be trying to push onto him. Doesn't have any info on where these players are, but that bulletproof is going to give a whole lot to F5.
Trying to take that down, trying to take the info away for the defense of F5. But eventually the swing comes out. He loses his life, and even though Perseus is able to trade, it leaves him in a 1 versus 2. 30 seconds left. Haste down, and absolutely nothing to be found. F5, if they have their discipline, if they have their wits about them, this should be a very easy round to win. But unfortunately for them, they're pretty disconnected, both of them on the opposite side. And yes, there is info off those bulletproof cams, but as Perseus takes them down, he has 12 seconds. Being able to plant, plus just a few, now only just 2 after, and Slash retaking that top floor, finding himself in the perfect spot to stop that plant, gives yet another round to F5, and after that 3-3, it gives them just a slight advantage as they start their defensive half.
Yeah, that's a very worrying sign. I talked about how we didn't really have a whole lot of info with Mouse 1. F5 had relatively convincing win in this phase. I guess, an 8-7, you can argue maybe, could have been cleaned up a little bit better. But again, I talked about how this map is rarely chosen in this level of play, so the fact that we're even here is astonishing. That guy Prone was droned out, by the way. And I'm assuming he knew where he was and just missed all of the shots, even though he was shooting directly. But that's the problem. We've had a lot of those engagements where Mouse 1 just simply cannot control the recoil. They can't shoot their guns straight, and they lose very pivotal gunfights at very important points of the round. And on top of that, with losing man advantages, it just stacks up. And again, it just really seems like these problem solving, or the problem solving for Mouse 1 just simply isn't there. Rather, for F5, it consistently has saved them rounds.
Once again, Mouse 1 choosing to go onto the Blackbeard, and it's something that, again, neither of these teams have really super effectively used shields. They've both chosen onto them several times because they are very strong operators, but for both teams, it's been pretty easily countered out because instead of playing someone behind the shield or trying to take space with the shield, instead they kind of just insert the shield on one side of the map, and the most effective uses of the shield have just kind of been more distractions while the rest of the team takes space elsewhere. If we can see Mouse 1 start to go back to what won them the first map of playing off of each other, playing very close off of the space that each other takes, you could see them get back into this, but it's an if.
Yeah, it really is an if, and you're going to require a lot out of Mouse 1 here. They want to try and open this wall onto the bomb site, try and use Perseus to cut off those angles, those crossfires being set up, and then try and safely get Foe down, get the case in the bomb. But there's so much to do to get to that point of the round. So much utility on F5. You got a Maluzi, you got that Goyo, even you could argue with that mute to deny a lot of info. And there's just so much time-wasting capability for F5. On top of that, Mouse 1 stalling a little bit, not really taking any points of the map, trying to just barge their way over by display. But Slash, just one shot of that shotgun, they can shut down this entire execution.
Yeah, they're delaying out time, and F5 have a lot of time delaying operators,
Okay,
but it looks like Mouse 1 are stacking up for a final execute. With the final smoke to go out, delays a little bit of time for them to maybe get off this res, but it's going to be really difficult for them because a nade at their... I don't even know what's going on. A nade at their feet gets the player that ended up getting the res, but Slash, who was the one that was down, is the one that remains alive, and Skoda just walks in all by himself and eats an M8 or an M590 to the chest. Man advantage for F5 after a disastrous start to the round. They somehow find themselves in the advantage, and Mouse 1 still on the outside of sight, still looking in. They don't really have a ton of space to be able to make this entry. They're still being just kept at arm's length. Stealth finds a pick onto Foe, and although he is traded, just kind of running in circles, Perseus finds that onto him. It's a man advantage and 30 seconds left. We talked about the time denial for F5, and yes, they have lost their smoke, but those Goyos are 20 seconds a pop. Even still, Kill found by Amazing onto Bubbler, who's in a 2 versus 2, a significantly more winnable situation. The wallbang's not able to be found by Z-Man. He gives his position away, and Amazing with the trade, just following those tracers through the wall, finds the pick, and Slash, the player who was down at the very beginning of this round, somehow finds himself as the last alive for F5, and in a post plant, locked off of the own site that he was tasked to defend, is forced into a very uncomfortable retake. Once again, pre-fire through a wall, not finding anything and giving his position away. For Mouse 1, the lockout needs to be smooth, and the lockout is coming in. Aurora closing off the doorway, forcing him to make a rotate all for himself if he wants a chance to win. But he's going to pull out the SMG-11 for a chance to find a kill and give his life away instead.
I really do think that Mute's position was very curious. I'm going to add, did he use his C4 below and then miss it?
I did
don't
not
know.
see.
I didn't see. And also, it's kind of a thing where, like, how do you miss that? You know where they're coming from. And you go down, you allow for that 1v2 to happen. Yet again, another player, that being Goyo, misses the shot onto that first player making his way into the bomb site and completely opens that round, opens up that case to go down right here. Z-Man just not being on top of the recoil with that Vector, and then with the Mute down below, whether or not he was trying to play for that C4, it didn't work. It didn't apply any pressure. It didn't get a kill. And then you had Slash, who was forced to rotate back up those rocket stairs. It is a round where they make so many questionable decisions, but yet again, as I touched on before, those questionable decisions always happen at not only late parts, but pivotal parts of the round that cost them their win factors.
If at first you don't succeed, for F5, it seems like try again is the mantra. They're going for the exact same operator lineup on the exact same site. Hopefully, though, they don't stand in a Capital bolt, but that's made a lot easier by the fact that the attack does not have a Capital. Instead, it looks like a pretty similar operator lineup for Mouse 1 as well, but instead a Grim. Be able to lock off those spaces, makes it a little bit safer for F5, and maybe they think, okay, we kind of threw that round away. That wasn't necessarily a win for the attack as much as it was a throw for the defense. And a much different a much different push coming in from the attack. Instead, it's just all through that office area, and they've taken a lot of space towards Mez, pressured that Bandit out from that Mez position. They're locking off of Skybridge as well and opening up main wall. This looks like a very different attack, and that looks like a great thing. A split already being able to be formed from the attack, and it looks quite effective.
Yeah, if they could just try and potentially get that other wall open, but you still have to worry about Z-Man being backed up by his additional teammate. Slash, they can do a lot of damage here. You also have Bubbler hidden behind this desk. They are going to be able to eventually get this wall open. He's going to be able to make his way in, but they trick it with an impact grenade, and that's going to cut off that entry point into the bomb site.
It's going to be a lot more difficult for them to be able to walk in now. They were really banking on being able to walk that Blackbeard in from that breach, but instead, yes, they have the pressure main wall, yes, they have the pressure Mez, but they really don't have a lot of ability to connect the two without walking into the crossfire of F5, and although Bubbler finds one, Skoda finds three! Suddenly, F5 go from a very good position to 0 positions in sight, and Stealth in a 1 versus 4 left scratching his head as his teammates fall, and he does as well. Skoda just blowing the round wide open.
A 4K for Skoda in the round, and I've talked about how Mouse 1 time and time again, they shut down these rounds with a hero play from an individual teammate. Skoda being that player, shutting down the gunfights when they weren't able to get that wall to walk in that Blackbeard. So many opportunities, so many attempts to just get a wall open, clear a position that Mouse 1 weren't able to get rid of. You had that individual player there. But as I've said, you know, throughout my many years of watching, playing, and casting Siege, a single player going huge is not a recipe for success. In Mouse 1, they're going to need a lot more than that. If just simply getting a wall open or clearing a hallway is what determines if you win or lose a round, then it's going to be a very short time here on these last couple of rounds in regulation.
I actually get the I finally get the Blackbeard ban. I was going to say that, you know, once again we hadn't really seen a ton of good use out of it, but actually finally Mouse One took Mezzanine very effectively with a blitz. They walked him in from that opposite side, had a ton of pressure off the back of the space that he created, but also finally, and most importantly, they had someone playing directly off of the back of it. Skoda wasn't just running in and frying. He was playing off of the safety that the shield provided, and it looks like something very similar is going to happen, except with a slightly different shield. With the Blackbeard being banned out, they're going for a blitz instead. And I think finally, the Blackbeard ban is warranted for the defense of F5. I still do find it funny, though, that attacking round win was capped off by the loss of the Blackbeard. Things weren't going their way, the Blackbeard dies, and then suddenly the attack just absolutely wins every single fight. It's an odd thread that's been followed through this entire matchup from both of these teams.
Stealth in a very precarious position here yet again. We've seen both teams solo lurk around player, and to be fair, that is one of the successful recipes for defending this map because it is so big. It is easy to catch a couple of these attackers off guard, but quickly going to be falling back, understanding that there was early pressure onto the bomb site. Not a whole lot of control on that extension upstairs, aside from two players from F5 trying their best to hold it. Also, Mouse One not really in a hurry to apply any pressure onto that position either. And right now, just kind of testing the waters, seeing where they want to try and take control. Right now, they'll be going right over by Pillar.
Fighter bursting through, but isn't able to find anything on green stairs. What could have very well been a freebie for him. Instead, it's very well read by F5. They realize where the blitz is, and they look to slow him down just a little bit. Fortunately, Skoda is in a bit of a lurk position as well. He's in reception, looking for something off the back as well. It's still a distraction off the blitz, but can Skoda capitalize as he walks up main stairs?
Stealth disconnect's going to give them an unofficial 5v4, but with Checky, they're not aware, and there goes your advantage. Fighter so low on health, and Mouse One, this lead is starting to slip through the grasp of their hands.
Could have been a 5 versus 4, is now actually a 4 versus 4. He just walks up on him. Z-Man just swings amazing, and he has no idea. F5, even with a disconnect, even with a body given away because of an internet connection, they still get a technically flawless round.
I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt and say it's Siege X sound. Come on. And again, I mean, if he gets that kill, that's vertical in your control. That is the round for Mouse One. You can go and try and put that plant down. You can't play with the comfort of having completely control, of killing that lurk player, taking a little bit of a technical timeout, hopefully giving both of these teams a little bit of a breather. And yet again, my fortune continues to add value more and more as we go. Just potentially 2 rounds away from either sending one of these home or one of these teams home or going to overtime. And with how it has seemed so far, keep in mind, neither team taking a timeout so far, that being in both of their pockets, there's a lot of potential. And honestly, in my opinion, one team really needs to change something up. Because if it continues to go with how it has the previous couple of rounds, and we're going to be going over into overtime.
And once again, whoever wins this game puts themselves in a much harder position as well. Because things get incrementally more difficult as you go on, not only just in Group Stage 2 with the teams that we talked about, Turtle Tactics, Karn & Co., the Unks, and Core Academy. If you somehow manage to get past that gauntlet, there's also Core, the main team, Kikimori, the Mr. B team, Space Shoobs, and 5 Fears. So it's just, I mean, both of these teams are having a lot of trouble in this matchup, so whoever moves on is just probably gonna really have a tough time against whoever they play. Because like we've said, it's been a story of which team can capitalize off of the many mistakes of the other.
It is a very difficult one here. going into this matchup, especially with just how these two teams have played, they've both previously played Temper. F5 losing, but then Mouse 1 winning against it. But their stats are just so similar. I mean, this is just such a close game to call. Both teams winning their own map picks. Going on to map 3, and the fortune that I talked about of, T4, T3 teams winning their map picks and the map 3 being probably one of the closest maps I've ever seen in my life continues to be true. And again, it really just is up to whether what team can adapt, change up their play style is really the success, or the recipe for success, rather. Because again, it's just really going to come down to the gap spotting. So far, F5, I mean, they've just been making a lot of mistakes. But I mean, even with that, Mouse 1 just losing simple gunfight. It is a tough one. We're going to throw to a quick little break so we can give ourselves a breather and try and get this last player into the lobby.
we're back. Got all 10 players in the lobby. And once again, it is still Irish. Once again, it is still Goose. Still on Mouse 1 versus F5. We've seen a 7th, just a little bit of a recap for you guys, if you guys have not been in this match. It started with a 7-3 on M1's map pick of Chalet. They looked very strong. Things swapped to the second map, F5's pick, and they also got a 7-3, and they also looked strong. And then we got to this map, and the cracks that we saw in the previous maps for both of these two teams are on full display. They're going pound for pound between all of the players and both of these two teams. And like we've talked about, it's kind of been more who can punish the ample mistakes of the opposite team before you get rolled.
I really like this extension from F5 to play on the vertical. You're bringing that castle. You're also having the mute to just deny as much time as possible. Especially F5 understanding that this is a position on the map that previously Mouse 1 has continuously tried their best and succeeded at taking advantage of. Right now, Skoda is going to be droning out this warehouse position, which is completely free for grabs. It's amazing with the very first entry pick. That's Checky now off the board. And that's a great start. That applies a lot of pressure onto these two players away from the bomb site and allows the player inside a warehouse to play a little bit more freely.
Looking for a second as well. Info out onto Slash. They know exactly where he is, and even though he has rotates, even though he has the ability to drop back, it's still going to cause a lot of pressure. And he's going to feel that pressure and run all the way down filtration and drop back to the rest of his team. Now, Z-Man is the last on the roam, and it looks like he too as well is going to fall back. Minute off the clock. Minute and 15 effectively for Mouse 1 before they drone out and start to fully realize the map is free for the taking, but the pressure's coming onto site instead. It's not a full clear, a full floor roam clear. Instead, looks like off the back of that, they're just fully pushing horizontal.
Just applying pressure, not trying to do too much, especially with how they're playing a bunkered hole. They don't necessarily have to play on that top floor. Getting a whole lot of info, also forcing this defense to shoot a lot of these canisters. But Slash with a great swing, he's going to be able to catch off and slow down this pressure just for a little bit of time.
Bubbler finding a second as well. One onto foe, and now it's a 3 versus 3. A lot better for F5. They dropped back and decided to play their guns on site, and it is a perfect decision for them. That is netted for them now an even man count. And for Mouse 1, Yes Fighter still has 2 of those Selmas in pocket, but the angles effectively are very closed on this map. They're going to have to funnel into one of those positions, and yes, they've cleared some of those Goyo canisters, but still, the sight lines for F5 are causing them to swing in and lose their lives. Another pick for F5's defense, and Fighter is looking for a pick back, but there's still info from the defense. Still a lot of those deployable cameras to be able to give calls for that side. Had they not been hacked, Perseus has a few of them. But now things come up to a little bit of a slowdown. It's F5 showing discipline and not giving themselves away, but a smoke to go out initiates the attack. A walk-in from the Brava. Finds it down, finds a kill. Almost... Oh. He does find the kill. And almost gets it into a winnable position, but the trade comes in from Z-Man. And a narrow win for F5.
Staring down a Mouse 1 man advantage in the late round, it's wraps. It's like I'm a fortune teller. It is astonishing to me how Mouse 1 are a phenomenal team. But when it comes down to the very basic aspects, specifically on the attack, like I talked about, the roam clear is fine. They did a perfect clear in that opening, applied a lot of pressure, understood that they didn't need to overplay their hand and give those extended defenders too easy gunfights, like the isolated gunfights like they previously did on a clubhouse. Then with a 5v3, applied no back pressure, didn't have anybody go inside of trench, and just allowed for F5 to hold 3 angles. 3 angles, maybe 2 angles. There's only 2 entry points for Mouse 1. And then you just flood in and feed the turret that is the guns of F5. And it's yet again a round where Mouse 1 make it so easy for F5 to shut them down.
They also had the sledge and the ram and a 2-man advantage and a almost 2 minutes to play with and the entire map, and did not make any vertical on the defense either. They funneled, and like you said, they made it really winnable for F5, giving away that advantage and turning it into a 3 versus 3. But as we go into this round, it's a new round, it's a new day, and for F5, after losing the first map 7-3 and really not looking strong at all, they find themselves 1 round away from closing out this whole entire matchup and booking themselves a ticket to group stage number 2.
Oh, it misses the first impact. He's able to get the second one. Without a Kate or Bandit, you are able to make that breach a little bit hard. You still can jump through one. You have a head hole on a second one. You also have a zombie that could just simply cover it up. You're also able to get a little bit of utility. Not a whole lot from Perseus. You quickly just shoot that, not Wamai, but Maluzi off. Again, it's a situation where Mouse 1, they're getting little bits and pieces. It's just not simply enough. You're just wasting your time. You're just wasting your time. He's just pick it up. Like,
oh,
no value there. Skoda just pushes by himself. Like,
Skoda just walks in, gives Checky the opening pick, and not only do they just have match point, but they also have that advantage. Finally, losing another one of those Banshees. Unfortunate, the exact same position. But it doesn't really seem to matter. They still have the positions that matter. They still have the utility that matters. And you can't hack those Kibas, so you can't stop the defense from playing around those positions. Close on the corner. Bubbler's looking for a pick. Looking more and more likely that he's going to swing with a deagle out and go for an ego swing on this attack. But either way, these Kibas in the defensive hold are delaying out a lot of time for Mouse 1's attack. Either way, Mason finds one onto Z-Man that clears out that mezzanine position that could have been really difficult to clear, especially with that Kiba. But it's a minute left, and Mouse 1 look like they're still scrambling for an entry.
no more ace charges in the pocket of Fighter, so he's not going to be able to open that wall up. And they're just, yet again, going to have to flood through a very simple funnel. They know where one player on the bomb site is, but they don't really have a whole lot of info. They don't have a way to get into the bomb site.
Also don't have anyone to clear out that corner. They can smoke him out and stop him from swinging, maybe with info, but you can't stop him with a nade or with anything else from playing that corner. An immovable object, and Slash elsewhere to be able to find 2 kills. Stealth is found, but it's still F5 sitting in the driver's seat of this round, and that corner can't be cleared. But Bubbler's going to go for a swing, give his life away, and 15 seconds left. It's still so close between these two teams. Mouse 1 rushing into sight, but once again, the M590 rings true, and F5 1 round away from glory, and Checky booking the ticket to group stage number 2. F5 move forward just barely.
They limp their way on to phase 3 and send Mouse home, sleeping in their beds. What a way to end the final map. Again, I talked about how this is a map that F5 was relatively familiar with. They recently played it just here in phase 2 and got it better than an 8-7. I was worried we were going to go to overtime there for a little bit, but fixing their mistakes and rather taking advantage of the copious amount of mistakes made by Mouse 1.
We talked about it during the match, and although congratulations are in order to F5, things only get harder from here. They have a little bit of a break before they have to play matchups, and we have a little bit of a break before we move on to our next matchup of the evening. But after that break, we have to see a very similar story of 2 teams making it forward into a very difficult matchup later on. That is it for me. You'll have a very familiar face after the break. It's Goose yet again to cast you. We have just a quick break before that matchup, but have a good night from me. You said he had the Midas touch. Hey, I think
About it. They already know where his position is. Left game.
To directly duel this player inside of control hall. But he's gonna try to make it difficult to predict his positioning. He's gonna get that pick on to Kiru, as now it's a 1 versus 2 for JJ inside of the bomb site. Gonna try to make it a 1 versus 1 as soon as he can. He's gonna do it. And it's the kill Moses! And he's gonna get the map with a 1 versus 2 clutch!
Slight damage, or they do some slight pressure until Unstoppable, who's still completely full HP, but now you're giving up where your full brother execute is coming from, and Hush have repositioned just to meet you there.
Here it comes. Zolaris swings, puts some damage down. Rival down to 17 HP. The big window's hot. He just walked out through and says, hey, how you doing? I live here, by the way. There comes the skeleton key. It's now a 1v2. Phantom Legion say not just yet. Rival with 2 kills. And now it's 6-5. This Phantom Legion.
She get the kill.
Oh, the
3v3,
timing!
make a 3v2 post plant. They have Diffuser down, but they need the kills. Bryonyx now is upstairs alone. Nobody is on the second floor. Bryonyx can watch it from above, but he drops down. Logger dies. Bryonyx now in a 1v1
No way.
against Huzgetter. Inside of Teller's shotgun is going to be preferable here for Bryonyx. Needs to get this kill on the castle, looking the wrong way. They're both so close together, both on full health. Let's get her around the side. Bryonyx now holding behind the shower stall. They are both
This is
just running in
insane.
circles. He has to get on this diffuser. Bryonyx needs a kill. And he'll get it. Invictus come.
Retake. They've got sight. DD's gonna drop the diffuser. 3v2 now for Aerial Rise. It's all down to Snake. Can he show the moves with the charge? He's gotta make a lot happen here. He's gotta get the diffuser as well. He's kind of holding one out. I think he's trying to bait this player inside kitchen. Does so successfully, but there's still 2 players you gotta watch out for. You got one above, you got one towards the staircase, and I think he's actually aware of what's happening here. 24 seconds now for Snake. Swing. That's 1. It's now 1v1. Snake versus Rifle. 14 HP. The diffuse begins. Does he get the sound cue? Yes, he does. Here comes the Chow. He doesn't see him. He's gotta go. He's gotta go. He's gotta go. No!
The Sneak has to try to commit to something here, but no matter where he goes, there's no real good option here for any sort of gunfight. He gets rid of one Kiva barrier, but that's just wasting time, and Core are more than willing to let him waste it, as he's just maneuvering around trying to find any little gap that he can, and he gets the first one he
Up sectors, what's going on here? Now, range is between 0% and 5%. Black
V3 technically, but the Wamai is going to be down. He's not out just yet, but it doesn't matter. A 2v3 comes out. Never mind, and make it a 2v1. That Wamai does get finished off. It is going to be Mr. Ions, who I've seen play a bunch of times. Ions is an amazing player. He's going to swing out from the closet. Oh my god! Let him know, Ions. Holy crap.
DD lands 2. It's a 5v1. What is up with these guys? And
Still, some relatively healthy attackers on the board. I'd say a small dog does eventually fall, and this amazing swing out from Slash completely flips the script. Another one for him,
my God.
a triple straight to the head. Now, not the weapon you want for a 1v2 clutch. It will be the Lion switching to the sidearm 50 seconds, and it could be another frag on Slash's plate. A 4K for him.
Oh my god, Slash! Buy them dinner first, oh my... What a...
And what's crazy is Outlast Black, they're not even doing bad on entry.
Yep.
The last round, a huge Nitro Cell.
Turbo.
But this time on entry, it's just not working out. Turbo with a beautiful shot onto Huzgetter. Nexi falls down, and it's just Turbo again. He's running a clinic! He's running a clinic! The man is your doctor, and you're all just patient.
revive Kiru, bring things back to a 1 versus 2, but that Boss G is gonna be very dangerous. Especially with that shot on the Kiru, it's all left up to Emilio. In this 1 versus 1, he has the angle, but he's the better shot. Emilio closing things out, denying the clutch with the...
Taking a little bit of that damage, taking that early advantage, and what the...
What a
Okay.
flick. My god. And still more
Wow.
cards for the Lion. His teeth finally show. 50 seconds left on the clock, though. Bubbler. Also, left limping. He might fall right here. A triple for the Lion. Now only stealth. Left remaining. Has a pretty good idea where he could be peeked from, just waiting for the swing. Well-timed key up. Boishi might reveal his position, but the flick on the flicker finally. Only one spot.
I'm doing great. Went full 3 maps almost every time we went full regulation. You know, I can't ask for more. But now to yet another elimination / promotion match as Scott tries to fix his audio issues. It looks like we're good. We got Cincinnati versus LFS, looking for Scrim, whatever you want to call them. We've had the pleasure of casting them just in the Nerd Streets LAN event just a couple of months ago. And I promise that not everybody on this roster is Perka. I do believe that is Perka, but it is LFS. And this is a rematch, actually. Last time both of these teams faced each other, it was actually Cincinnati to beat them on Bank 8-7.
Yeah, Duck had choice words, said we beat them before, we can do it again. And when I called him out for the very lame response, he says, we'll get the job done. So overall, I feel like they're fairly confident, but I also felt like they had some confidence going into their series on Saturday, and we saw how that one kind of panned out, right, Goose? It wasn't the prettiest picture overall, and you can see the Cincinnati roster here. Obviously, RNO getting brought in. That's an old Ohio State player, something that they brought in closely within Quals, saying, hey, we saw how they played in Tier 2. We wanted to kind of bring them in. We're obviously missing a player that we typically have for the roster. We liked their IGL skills, so, you know, try to bring them in, expand their repertoire, and see how they're faring. And they fared fairly well, I think, overall as a team throughout this, but obviously with plenty of problems glaring against them on Saturday, they're looking to improve that here on this glorious Monday night, but they got to get the job done. Let's go ahead and throw over to see what maps we're playing into. We saw Chalet previously, my favorite map, but we'll have no such luxury this time here, Goose, because it's the first one banned.
Oh yeah, we get yet again not only a rematch, but we get a rematch on Bank, as I spoke about before. It's a matchup that LFS and Cincinnati found themselves. It was Cincinnati beating them in maximum overtime, but right after that, going up against Outlast Black, not Cincinnati, but LFS was able to 2-0 them. The very first map was a 7-5. So this is a map that they are very well understand their own mistakes, and they've already been able to correct them.
Yeah, I have to feel like this map selection is pretty standard for R6 as a whole, especially for a collegiate team. Right, this is just their tried and true big two, I would argue, Cafe and Clubhouse. Top-down approaches, Clubhouse a little bit more methodical for making sure that you're playing your east to west in approach. But for Bank, I'm hoping to see a lot more versatility, a lot more overall, more window repel would be what I would argue. I feel like Cafe is kind of strayed away from that for the most part. And with the new repel mechanisms and also the new banning mechanisms for our operator phase, I would like to see that come into a little bit more of a limelight. But we'll have to see how that pans out. For the ban phase, though, Goose, the first round will fall, and it will be a Blackbeard and a Mira. Who else but two Shield Ops, as I got berated in the Twitch chat earlier for calling Mira a Shield Op. Hold it in front of you, it's impenetrable. Tell me that's not a shield.
You're not wrong. I mean, it's the same sense of, you know, a few shield. Doesn't really count, but it's still a shield, and then you get a real
two more
double
Shield
ban.
Ops.
Blitz and Clash. Before we go into Bank, though, I want to touch on a little fun fact. I was, you know, reading up on the stats because Mr. Nomical, my leader, whatever you want to call it, boss, God forbid, gave me access to the stats. So far, for Cincinnati, they're very good on entry. Highest is 7-1. And the next best entry player on the team is Arno, who is 4-3. The problem, though, is both of those players, even if they are consistently good and decent if you're Arno on the entry game, their survival rate after getting that first kill is not only terrible, but the worst in the entirety of the event, both having an 18% survival rate. Comparing that to looking for Scrims top fraggers, that being Turbo and Wimpy, having a 40%, one of the highest in the entire event so far in Phase 2. So looking on to that entry game, but rather the point after that, going to the later round, is where we really want to pay attention.
A big thing to point out as well for Cincinnati, there's a team, if they lose that first blood, they're very quick to send players at the problem, try to counteract that to make up for that loss and to make sure that, you know, even if it is a first blood against them, they'll quickly refrag it, and they feel like that's probably the most valuable point for them statistically. It's not, especially when the numbers being thrown at the problem aren't looking the right direction, and for a team that is typically really consistent, you just expect a lot of collegiate teams that have less glaring issues about the T3 roulette that is the overall player pool that you typically have, rotating rosters out all the time. You're typically seeing the same 4 or 5 throughout an entire season or years even in the collegiate space. They try to use that chemistry in a way to move fast and swiftly, and I feel like some teams just still manage to outperform them about that. They're good, But my goodness, when gunners play with their guns up, it's really hard to counter that. And we saw that as a glaring problem for Cincinnati on Saturday. So I'm hoping these last 2 days have been a great point to try to counteract that, as the roam game is up for LFS. And the hatch up above in stock has already been breached. And you have two players watching this one, wary of the possibility of Cincinnati taking an avenue of approach here down the central staircase, where you currently have a player of Perka watching and waiting in hopes that someone pushes them, but they will not be the first loss of life. It's Arno, the stat user you were talking about, Goose, to net themselves the first.
Not only do you get that opening pick, which eventually is quickly traded out, but you also get rid of all of that utility on smoke. All three of those smoke babes are now off the board. A lot of time denial for LFS is just completely removed. And that's going to make this execution phase of the round for Cincinnati that much easier. You still have a couple of those Goyo canisters to work off. You also have the Legion trying to make his way up blue stairs, trying to potentially play spoilers, but Cheese Boss on that Monty. Yet another kill for Arno in the round. The second on to Perka. He's going to have to push back and give a little bit of respect.
I'm running a little bit slim. You still have plenty in the bank, but Cincinnati have a higher player count and have already managed to make some waves in terms of clearing out the utility of LFS, currently stock holding down this objective. You don't have full control of blue, the way good Monty shield from Cheese Boss can give you a visual. Apparently not enough to keep one of your players safe for the time being. Off with their head and now off with Amars, and just the same. As Highest is a great angle from up above. Hatch created a little bit of a window of opportunity, even if it's just in a vertical fashion. Runnin has a flank to maybe try to brew something up, knowing that Cheese Boss was just off towards blue moments ago. The timing may be tight to do this, because you're leaving Wimpy entirely alone on this site, Goose, and they have to play this so intelligently, knowing that it may be a bait, but with that goo mine, that's enough intel. That's a good frag for cleanup.
25 seconds left. Eventually, they are able to cut off Arno, but another Goyo canister goes off. Wimpy still with that Maestro camera, and all he has to do is play that time, play that clock.
Scan as well, tracking them out. Shots coming out from the Alda, but nothing connecting just yet. Diffuser's going down, and there's no keeping this one back. The Black Eye camera not able to keep this off the board. And even though the fire will keep the players moving forward and closer towards Wimpy's loving LMG, the ammo has run dry, and a player has already vacated the premises up to the first floor, watching from above and not even necessary, as Highest from behind the desk in the bomb chassis sprays through the wall created and left by the mirror window and ensures, sorry, the lack of a mirror window, I should say here, the Bona X Kairos pellets, and ensures they will get a first round win in a pretty big fashion, considering that LFS lost that first blood and were really incapable of stepping back safely down to basement to turtle back up.
Yeah, phenomenal start from Cincinnati and a very slow and difficult one for the defense. A lot of the crossfires, especially those hatches, there's a lot of the defenders just walking their way into a line of sight that the attack was holding that had already been set up. And going back to your point that you made just before we started this match, one of the strongest factors of a collegiate team is their team play, their cohesion. They usually play semester after semester together, rarely making changes, going up a team like LFS, which is quite literally a pug stack. Pugged for this qual, they made their way in, and it is kind of a clash of playstyles, even with all of the experience on, especially a player like Wimpy, even Runnin, who's had his time in the T3 scene. That core and structure from Cincinnati, especially in that first round, is something that LFS is continuing to struggle against.
You can already see the prep going down for LFS. You can also keep in mind that A has these Finra mines that can be placed down anywhere, and something Cincinnati able to keep an eye out for. And one of the best ways to counteract that ban, or the lack of a ban, I should say, for the Finra, is to bring the IQ on the board. Something Duck doesn't always do, but when you have to go for a direct counter, it's a solid way to do so, especially when you also tally in mute jammers, goo mines, Valkyrie cams. This is an unbelievably valuable operator pick for just a single player to have, counteracting 3 to 4 of the opposing agents' kits, or operators' kits here. Been a little bit too much in Valorant, it seems. Cincinnati will be well prepped to use the rest of their kits for the remaining 4 to try to solidify out, as you do have a interesting hold going on in stock with the use of the Kiba barricade. But Goose, we saw how quickly Cincinnati usurped that control prior. I don't think it'll be too long lived.
I really like the, I guess you could say, presence and focus on just getting rid of the utility. You have up with those Twitch drones has already gotten quite a bit off the board from the defense, but you also have Duck with the IQ can essentially identify it Highest, also taking a lot of space over inside of open, but it's space that's free. This is space that's been given up by LFS. They don't really want to try and contest it. but he does have a quick entry point if he wants to onto the site. Turbo, though, looking to potentially make a play, and he catches Duck off guard. It gets the opening pick, the very first one for the defense.
Yeah, Dokkaebi call goes unnoticed. Turbo was in a mute jammer inside a supply. Was unheard from Duck, and because of that, it's a free frag for LFS, and Perka decides to tally one more to their name as well, knocking highest off the board. This is now an angle that Arno will have to play into just the same. Candela at the ready. They'll send it through the open breach to give full control towards Stock, and Cheesebots plays the cutoff from the opposing windows. And we'll make sure that that top floor control has already been taken away, and well, yes, tumultuous for Cincinnati. They've now officially removed everyone there. They still have 60 seconds of wiggle room, so to say. But they don't really have enough intel, I would argue, on this first Lurkus. Yes, they've cleared a lot of the actual utility and things that are there for LFS in terms of staging, but they don't have the next step to take because they don't have the information totally in their back pocket that they can do everything against what LFS are bringing to the table.
They need to use at least one of those two Ying Candelas, especially if they want to try to go for a hatch drop up, going onto the window, trying to potentially find a cross, but it's just simply a guessing game. Shooting onto a couple of these positions that they might think somebody is. They have a ping onto somebody going up marble stairs, but for the defenders on the bomb site, they have no clue where they really are.
Assume somebody's close to bomb chassis. That'd be a right guess here. Turbo just hanging behind it, but no real way to cut that off whatsoever for Pup. Throw out a smoke canister or two here, as well as Candelas. You'll have to worry about Wimpy, who's prone just around this corner. Turbo, the nitro toss, off with one. A second to join, and it's just Pup. What could you possibly do? You can at least get rid of ARs in, but past that, it is a very easy conclusion to the round as time dissipates for LFS, and they just locked down the entirety of the first floor past that, and it felt like the first 60 seconds, good work for Cincinnati, but not much impact found there in the 60 after, and when you're already at a player disadvantage and none of the utility work in those 60 seconds was effective on the first floor, you're pretty much left out to dry with nothing in a guessing game, and that just is never going to pan out for Cincinnati in those moments.
There was a lot of info utility. You had the Twitch for a couple of extra drones, essentially 4 of those drones in their pocket. You also had the IQ, but no info utility that they could use to just simply identify players onto the bottom side. They didn't have access to a Deimos, they didn't have a Grim or a Lion, and that's something that they might want to try and change up, but for now, especially since we're going to the top floor bomb site in CO, it's more of a lot of execution utility. They are going to be bringing that Dokkaebi, though, to add a little bit more of info, but a lot of the focus on this round is simply going to be opening up this long hallway wall, applying pressure on the windows, and then potentially using Arno on the Monty. Questionably enough, switching off of that Ying, not exactly a bad play, but Ying, especially on this bomb site, has a lot of uses in his own, but more than likely been using Arno to just simply just wedge his way around the bomb.
You get full control here towards square, then theoretically the Monty can provide you a lot of power to force your way through for a direct breach into office, which can be effective for a lot of teams. One player on the rappel, not too much focus there in terms for Cincinnati to really harp against. Place your claymores, get those set, make sure no runouts from LS can really work for in a fruitful effort. But ensuring that you can make that Monty be impactful is something that's going to force Cincinnati to completely change their lineup and the way that they play this round. 2 options. You want to go up the staircase directly here and try to clear out this plaza staircase, get up there with Arno, or like I said before, try to take square, work through the breach from stock, clear that out in the first place, and make sure that no run out or a secondary aggressive swing can come from LFS. Your 2 options are still hard to fully contend with, especially knowing that Arno will get the pressure dealt towards them because you're likely to have a player inside supply, ready to swing you, take an aggressive angle. You don't know if anyone's in elevator just yet because you don't have any information down below. That means nitro cells will be just as dangerous as always. And there's nothing you can really do about those. The greatest weakness to your shield user is people below them on those soft, squishy floorboards ready to send a boomstick down to get your life out of the way.
With a lot of the positions from the attackers, the goal here is to play on those windows and the big ones inside of lobby, then force Arno up these spiral stairs, which is exactly what they're doing now. But they need a defender to poke their head out. Perka pokes his, but he gets the one on to highest. The entry pick, yet again, 2 rounds in a row for LFS. Now you lose that cross player.
It's the stairs. Now Duck will join in behind Arno, and you know where Perka typically is, but you don't have all the information remaining, and you've now lost the most valuable player for this setup besides your shield user, and that's your crossfire control from window. LFS have zero concerns now about that window, and they will have to have a player rotate for Cincinnati to reclaim that control, and that's where you've now put Pup to try to fight back against this. And the Zofia, not much utility left, no lifeline stun in that back pocket. Now you do have info from RNO with a close peek there from Nay. There's nothing past that as DuckDuck, who's following behind that shield, being that secondary player to the primary frontal force, eviscerated again now by Perka. 2 to their name in this round, and RNO is just in dire straits trying to play by themselves with very little assistance now coming from Cheese Boss, who's just now wrapped up this plaza staircase as well, and they've lost the second repel player. LFS have had zero problems taking these fights and punishing out Cincinnati's roster.
Cheese Boss with one. This opens up Arno to make his way into the bomb site with 3 players all the way over inside of Janitors. Another one with Cheese Boss is exactly what they need.
Can't lose that fight if you're Cheese Boss. It's just pistols up for RNO. Shots to go out at range for Wimpy. DB and Ode will have to reload. Single bullet to the feet now, and a player in this break. Be the perfect gap to find, and Perka just tore through all but one of the players in the roster now for Cincinnati. And Bank, you start off strong on Cincy for the attack, but past that, it has been a defensive showcase where they can have to once again go down to that basement side, and you'll have an extra band to go against if you're Cincinnati, hoping that you're going to eliminate something, one of the problems that came through in round 2 and 3.
If you're the defense, more than likely going to be banning that Monty. Exactly
Sure.
what they're going to be doing. And a zombie going off the board. And that's a round where that top floor bomb site is so difficult to play. But LFS did a phenomenal job at just playing passive at the right moments, understanding that a lot of those deep crosses that were being held from the repelled players didn't really have a line of sight on anybody unless they swung into them. The Monty also essentially being completely on an island, nobody playing directly, just close enough to have any value, no back pressure from Cincinnati in that round, and it allowed LFS to just focus on what was right in front of them. And it's a round where there was a great setup. A lot of those attacks, pushes, just like we saw with Cincinnati, do find success because there wasn't a multi-pronged push. It allowed for the defense to play very safe on that bomb site.
6 shield ups, by the way. Do we count Zami as a shield?
I know, you're reaching there.
It's not impenetrable. Oh, okay. So my whole argument about Mira shield is that it's impenetrable, but it's not so much the case for the Kiba barricades. But there's plenty of them. They block visual. They block movement. Essentially just playing Bob the Builder, except for defensive side of things for R6, and it's out of plywood these days instead of the concrete we were used to in the heydays of Azami. But still, it's removing out positions or things that players can hide behind, especially things like the mirror window. They can gather information just the same. As an attacking team, when innovation is arguably the hardest thing to contend with to go against on defending sides, new positions to play from, new power holes, obvious utility that you're not expecting to be in that moment, and then counteracting a lot of your utility like the lack of information that Cincinnati even struggling with throughout round 2 and maybe a little bit of round 3. Purely off of the player count and misreading the window repel double fight from both Highest and Pup at the time. I think that LFS are still doing plenty fine, knowing that the Kiba barricades are off the board. The issue is Cincinnati been really good about clearing that utility in the first 60 seconds. So while the Twitch drone here from DuckDuck's a little slow to get down to the basement, you already have full control now over it. You can get the hatch down inside a vault, and you're in play to use this drone later on to also clear, or right now, if you can get a good enough angle for this, to clear out that also use the Kite Electric Claw. If you can get there in time, and there it is, the hop and a skip. I think he got it.
He did. He still got the 2-brow. He got a lot of those canisters in the pockets of Turbo. It's going to simply just waste time. It's not going to be able to completely shut it off. Turbo also missing it, it seems like. Not being able to time it perfectly. So, Up's going to be able to get that hatch open. Plenty of time around. And yet another opening onto Arno. Not exactly sure where Perka was swinging, but it was ill-advised, just enough for him to lose his life.
An insane effort, and Cincinnati have once again done what we kind of said was the win condition for them in round 1. It's just hatch simulator, play from up above. The verticality has been their ultimate facet for success, and it's reigning supreme once again. Cheese Boss takes down Turbo, the player who failed to really keep that 2-brow canister on the hatch and deny it, or at least stall it for a longer period of time than obviously the Kite Electric Claw was capable of doing. You do still have an angle to work with the TCSG now in Wimpy's hand. but they're not really going to be giving up this exact angle to you. They can toss down a little bit of utility, a couple Max Kairos Pels to open up a little bit more of a hole in that wall, as well as these Candelas can do plenty to remove some sight lines, and that's even if they can get the rest of these Vulcan canisters and everything else in between, including the goo mines that are likely to be placed here off of the board so they have a safe point of entry. But all 5 are up. That's plenty of meat to throw into the grinder to get the job rolling for Cincinnati.
You also got a C4 in the pocket of Wimpy, but Cheeseboss taking his head off. It doesn't matter. Now the plant's going down. It was a 5v2, now a 5v1. It's all up to the Legion. Completely alone with the task. Pretty much impossible. The timer now ticking down. No idea where he is. He gets a nice shot on the highest. That's all he's going to get. 3 players still on the board. Even if you are able to get them, it's just not going to be possible. Pup shuts it down. And that is 2 rounds on this basement bomb site that Cincinnati is able to shut it down, even with the Tuberau and the Cade. Getting those hatches open and timely flashing. Getting rid of that on-site utility like those Goyo canisters, and yet another opening from Arno. Keep in mind, under the exact same player on top blue.
Compare the hatch play that we saw in round 1, and obviously just again in round 4, to the attempt of such in round 2. Early frags didn't go in favor for Cincinnati. You get 1, 2 still fall back down on the top floor. You lose 2 in the process as well. Hatch down inside of Stock and Trader does not actually give you visual towards sight. You want to try to use that as a transit point to get into the objective with a Yin Candela, but there's a player just hiding shortly behind the A-bomb chassis on a hatch themselves, and there's no one down below to really fight that, to try to force that player back, which should have very well been an option for Cincinnati, seemingly that they were aware with the direct angle through that printer window or paper window that there was somebody there in the process. I think Cincinnati, if they can continue to do what they have been doing in the first 60 seconds here, Goose, of clearing out the utility, making great use of the Twitch drone and the Brava Clutch drone, and I think those are 2 very viable bands to target against Cincinnati, as they've been very good about that so far. They did it on Saturday extremely well. They've started off Bank extremely well for this. Maybe look for that in map 2 or 3. I think if they continue to do that in the first 60 seconds and then figure out why they've started to stall and why they can't functionally deal with players they know despite where they are, I think the next 60 seconds are going to be where the answers are ultimately answered. Even if you're a player up in the final 60, that doesn't matter if you can just sit static on site and do what LFS does best and just gun better.
Yeah, even with the stats being a little bit skewed with Cincinnati's game versus Invictus, where they got completely rolled over, to say the least, 5 rounds total, they are a phenomenal attacking team. And another entry this time around is going to be Cheeseboss taking off Perka. A lot of utility, those Wamai discs now off of the board. One of the best factors, one of the most convincing factors of what makes Cincinnati such a great team, especially a great, I guess you could say, collegiate team, is their ability to be so mature, but it doesn't matter. Just running in, shutting everybody down. Sure, highest is down on the floor. Not out just yet. It's all up to Wimpy and Turbo.
Maturity, huh? No, I have to agree. I think Cincinnati are able to temper themselves when they're playing confident, but when they don't, it's really egregious. It's bad, like Invictus, like on Saturday. But they know that they can play better than LFS. You can see the fact that LFS don't respect that that territory of no man's land. The 3 territories of R6: defender control, offensive control, and no man's land. And it's a constant battle for that middle ground before it turns into a battle for contention on site. This is where Cincinnati say, okay, if you're willing to fight into no man's land and then into where we should arguably already have for attacker control, we will take that fight to you and we will win that when needed. And sometimes it takes a sacrificial lamb, and that's where highest goes behind the desk to swing that first. And I already got the first blood earlier. Cincinnati will reel off the back of that one and can at least guarantee an even half worst case scenario out now through them in round 6.
Again, I mean, the difficulties here on LFS continue to struggle. And one factor that really gives me the idea that this is more than likely going to be an attacker-sided bank is that not only is Cincinnati, stats being skewed aside of being a great attacking team, so far through Phase 2, LFS is the best attacking team with a 68, nearly a 70% win rate on the attack. That's more than their defense, which is only a 50%. That is absolutely unheard of. If LFS can wrap it up here, get a 3-3 half, go on to their attack, they're in a very well position, potentially win in overtime. But Cincinnati, they are gunning. They are looking down the barrel of a 4-2 half, and that's something that they more than need, probably more than they know.
One of the things I kind of harped on Saturday against Invictus for Cincinnati was the absence, it felt like, of RNO for a big majority of that game. This was a substitute player. They're not as comfortable with them as in comparison to the rest of the roster. This is the one few times where, roster roulette does not hold true right now for Cincinnati because Gilly is currently missing. I won't say missing, but he's out with family. So you have all of these things going on, and you're putting this player in, and they're in a role of responsibility against a ridiculously difficult team like Invictus, and RNO is absent. They are just as missing in that lobby as Gilly was for the typical Cincinnati team. Now you turn that around to today and look at how RNO has been playing. You said it. The opening kills have been absolutely unreal. Their performance has been steady. And I've not seen any lack of IGLing that has been able to deny counterance to the way LFS has played. Look at this. Round 3 and round 2. The biggest problems for the side of Cincinnati completely turned around, and they're opposing dichotomy rounds of round 5 and 6. It is a slaughter for Cincinnati because they realize LFS will go solo on the prowl, and we just need to use the first 30 to 60 to get information as well as clear utility to get these frags.
Cincinnati absolutely running away with a free one here. You have running down below top blue stairs. He has potential to play spoilers, but at best, he only gets 2 kills. Even with that, he can immediately get traded. Hyas is able to shut down his teammate. Now all alone in a 1v5. Sure, they don't know he's here, but he has such a tall task in front of him.
He's managed to secure highest, but 1 kill will be all you gain against Cincinnati. Nice kill, Gav, says highest. All chat continues. The all chat last series was crazy though. That was.
Oh yeah, I saw you in all chat or Twitch chat.
Yeah, you know me. I love all chat warriors. That's like one of my favorite things about T3 Siege and Collegiate Siege. But sometimes it can be even much. But fan phase likely to be somewhat similar. I would argue maybe to the first. Cincinnati was a team that really doesn't like to let teams go crazy with shields. It was one of their things they were thinking about heavily against Invictus. But Invictus also was a team that would bring 3 shields consistently. So that was more of a focal point for them. Not too surprised to see that hard breaches get knocked off, knowing that Cincinnati themselves use pretty good work of that. But it is, again, a game where either all shields go off or hard breaches go off, and it turns into a focal battle of, well, now you have to play a whole lot closer with these hard breachers, and this is where our corner play is going to be much more valuable for us defensively. And the clash removal is a great counter to make sure that there's no free intel by being able to place that shield and fight behind it.
LFS, they're going to have to fall behind that attacking win percentage. I talked about how last time they played, they got a 7-5 victory against Outlast Black. Fixed a lot of their mistakes. So far, you're on bank yet again, facing a very familiar foe, that being Cincinnati, and haven't fixed a whole lot of problems. It's rather Cincinnati who've continued to improve their game here on bank, especially against LFS. Still have a lot of those power operators. Still have the Ying and a Blackbeard on board. Cincinnati choosing to really go into that breach denial kind of, I guess you could say, theory with a ban phase. And because of it, they're going to have to play against operators that are going to cause a lot of trouble.
Blackbeard up for running. Ying Candela's on the board. Buck to clear out the windows on the rappel, as well as to play down below and making a nightmare to sit static on site, or even just in supply of all things. But that's where Cincinnati can be a little bit innovative and play on the first floor and get that roam game as well. Talked a little bit how Cincinnati were able to make rounds 5 and 6 a lot more possible. It was using the same exact utility they had before, the drones, the clutch drones, the Twitch pellets, the Twitch drones, as well as even Rotero drones, right? Guess what? They move, they gather information, and they're able to clear things, right? And I think they finally realized that we can use that information alongside our entry to play for fights. But can't do that necessarily on defense. You have to be willing to play cheeky angles, and look at the way they did this one here. Frostbat and a secure kill afterwards. A great swing and a fight for one more. Highest knows there's at least one player on this stairwell. To there's 2. You don't have to know. You got a crossfire. And now Whippy's all alone in a dire 1v4. And they're all the way down on the first floor by Electrical. Yes, with a bit of vision from the opposing end, but they are just trapped in this room. One of the hardest places to enter into in all of Siege, considering the avenues that you have visually, defensively, to shut that down. And there's the final kill for it.
Going into this event, I had a lot of high expectations for Cincinnati, and also high expectations for LFS, and even continuing through. Going down from that lower bracket, LFS taking a timeout, and it is needed. You should not be in this situation. Even, you know, ignoring all even ignoring all the experience on this roster. Wimpy being the most experienced, also being the least effective player so far here on map 1. It is just astonishing how Cincinnati, when the rounds they win, keep in mind now 4 in a row, they just completely shut down LFS. Round after round, LFS having essentially no idea on the positioning from Cincinnati. It doesn't matter if it's on the attack or if it's now on the defense. They don't have enough info. They can't read into this collegiate team. And Cincinnati, they understand that. And they're playing aggressive. They're playing for frontward because they understand that LFS isn't going to be expecting it.
Playing with their utility a lot more as well, at least in a more proactive effort in comparison to Saturday against Invictus. Cincinnati's defense, it's only been one round. We can't glaze it too hard, but it is much cleaner overall performance than they had throughout any of their defensive rounds throughout the 2 maps we saw. Their miserly 5-round wins in total they had through those 2 maps. Defensively, I mentioned they just got a little bit too greedy. If they lost a player opener, they would immediately send 2 players through the same exact door to try to refrag it. I did not see any players too close for comfort, is what I would argue is comfort, to see them visualizing that even being an option. They were very well spread. The team was ensuring that, yes, if we're going to take a peek, they'll already be a crossfire. Otherwise, we're not going to extend. We'll have utility that will ensure that we're safer or guaranteed that frag. Like a Frostmat in printer window. The peak from highest to go from break just around the corner in front of vending to get that top of main stairs. And you have Pup watching from the opposing side to get the second one that's also in the staircase in the same fell swoop. Cincinnati have found a win condition that obviously eluded them on last Saturday and decided that if it starts to work, let's continue to bring that home. Let's see if it holds true through round 8 as well. Let's see if they can get to match point already in the very first map of the series.
It's very curious when teams are completely shut out of that breach utility this time around. Again, we've already said it. The Ace and Abana now off the board. No Maverick being brought out. You're also not going to be seeing a lot of can openers. You're going to have 2 in the pocket of Turbo, but aside from that, that's all they have. A lot of execution utility. LFS really trying their best to focus on just trying to get this bomb down to the bomb site, and rather maybe not really paying that much attention to these off-site positions. If they can just get their way from these windows to try and force that plan down. You also have 4 nades in the pockets of both Urka and Rudda. You have the Blackbeard for that spearhead. There is a lot of work to do and not a whole lot of utility to clear that path for them.
Sin's Hollow Protectors could be a great way to close off visual from this west side of the map and try to ensure there's something to cook in the kitchen, but it's going to be Turbo relegated now to cam duty. That is a dangerous place to play into if you're Pup. No drone there placed already in Plaza is ludicrous for LFS at this point. Cincinnati will take full advantage of that to clean themselves up for a kill. And that's your Capital, that's smokes, that's fire bolts to clear out stock, or to clear out your break room here, your janitor closet. All of these that should have been there available now off the board, and it'll be a gun up for the remainder for a lot of these players, which does succeed in getting both Pup and Highest officially off the board, leaving a man advantage for LFS. But with 90 seconds left and Duck in a spot where they could easily relocate back, it's going to still be a battle that Cincinnati could be favored in despite the player disadvantage.
Ooh, a really poor time swing by Cheese Boss. Now put Cincinnati in a 2v4. Doesn't matter if you have those Echo drones. Perka takes the head off of Duck. Arno in a very pivotal place and a hard one at that. Can't even hit the shots onto the Ash. Isn't able to at least shoot 1 bullet on a Perka as he is able to finish it off. And yet again, Cincinnati doing their best, but they fall short. LFS, after that timeout, they are able to at least claw 1 round on the board for their attack.
Biggest point of entry for them as well as that spearhead of that Blackbeard. Just even if they can't claim as much space as easily, now lacking that Capital, and Sin's Hollow Projectors not doing absolutely everything, but at least cutting the sightlines enough to make sure that the Blackbeard could go through safely, joined in by the 2 players playing in parallel behind them. That is going to be a fairly obvious ban, at least in my eyes, for Cincinnati come into the start of next round. Say, hey, we don't want to deal with the shield op, whether it be Blackbeard, whether it be Monty, no matter what the case is. We got to figure out which one's a more valuable pick for us here. And I think if they win this one down below, where Monty is typically considered a valuable pick for approach, Blackbeard's good as well. But whichever one you see LFS using here, you bear on the opposite, since they will not see this objective back-to-back. And it will be a much better chance to ignore it for the time being and let it be a problem for later you. But it looks like LFS will continue to stick to this. And the same thing as well for the Hollow Projectors for Sins and the Yin Candelas. Not as heavy of a top-down approach it looks like coming out from LFS, but Cincinnati, they're a team that struggled to keep a lot of those players slightly stepped away from sight, completely active and alive. I think that's what LFS are kind of hoping for here.
Talked a lot about the entry game and, you know, whether or not you have fraggers. Cincinnati, they have all of that. You have highest in RNO doing really good on the entry part. And again, that survival rate punishing them a little bit, but they have Cheese Boss and Pup going huge in that late round to make it up. If you look at LFS, it's kind of just the Perka and name show. Runnin, Turbo, Wimpy, all essentially silent. A combined 5 kills between them all. The entirety that Nay has. This is a problem. If you can't shut down those gunfights, especially in pivotal positions with an aggressive team like Cincinnati, you're not going to be able to even get your foot into the door of any of these rounds. Even if you did win the last one, there's so much time, so much utility to clear. And with Duck's position, he shoots a couple of shots, he feels a little bit of pressure, and then he just teleports back down to the bomb site. That's all he has to do.
A distraction for just even a moment can be ultimately something to upset LFS. And even if it does go unseen, and if you can hide it away and tuck away for long, and if you guys go right back to it, kind of play the long game to flank into that direction, and something LFS will have to hunt for up on this top floor. And seemingly they've got enough information about it. Blackbeard will break through themselves a wall, hunt for Duck, and look to it. There it is. Wimpy with the first frag. Nothing there to try to help out this player as they were completely stuck in place. You can TP back to site, Goose, but sometimes you'll get dusted a bit too quickly to do so. And that is kind of the problem with Scopos and the difficulty that comes from this operator.
It's yet another entry pick for LFS. That has been a really important factor. A lot of the rounds where LFS aren't able to get that entry pick, they continue to struggle and lose the round. Nay with yet another one on to highest, and that man count continues to go up as it doubles. There's also a lot of utility being shot off the board. Even if that miss from Perka, you're still going to be getting a lot of it off, but you still haven't opened a couple of these hatches. Still 2 in the pocket, still have to clear out servers. So much work to do, and not a lot of time to do it.
This Blackbeard is still on the board as well, so you still have that spearhead. The constant, ever-present threat that somebody can watch you safely from beyond a shield. Even at a moment's notice, drop it to get a shot out going your way. Main staircase player, Pup's very wary of this. Does not know they're exactly there, but a slight visual and a bit too late to bring the gun up. And A is just clean cut and precise with their frag. 2 remaining for Cincinnati. Cheese Boss trapped all the way inside Gold Vault. RNO working from Garage, able to close out Nay on that approach, but you have 2 players on side of the Toxic Babe from Cheese Boss. Eviscerates one, lowers the HP of Wimpy. They're at maybe 10 HP in total.
Are you kidding me?
Cheese Boss! What a round to come out from hiding within the Gold Vault. They struck gold at the end of the round to get the round win.
He's not even gotten up! And he's still able to get the headshot with that Vector. I agree with Highest. It's indeed the boss going off. A 2v5 for LFS. 30 goddamn seconds on the board. It's just one Vector that it all falls apart. Again, going back on your point, using this utility perfectly. Don't agree with that Ying ban, but using those 2 Burrow canisters to shut down the Sens gadgets. Open up those line of sights. Essentially, the only thing allowing for LFS to get that plant down, and it was removed off the board. It allowed for those last 2 defenders to push their way up, and then everybody in the LFS forgot how to shoot their guns.
Hey, at least we saw 1 shield ban. At least we saw 1 shield ban in that phase, am I right? I'm going to bring up Mira as a shield op now until the end of time for this ban phase. It's my new Siege X bit. It will stay for the next 10 years of Rainbow Six Siege X. My goodness, what a round. Yeah, utility play was so big. And I think for Cincinnati, they're really concerned about basically everything that could come off the back of the Ying and the Candelas. And maybe that was a bigger factor than we necessarily saw for this top floor hold. Or not this top floor, but their top 4 hold 2 rounds prior where they took the loss against LFS in the second half. Maybe it was a bigger factor than they thought, or we thought. They're looking to try to cut that out and make things easier for them in the long run. But it's back to a square hold here. Root open hold, I should say, sorry. And at Cincinnati, where they had a very strong suit, I think, of holding that break room previously. It's going to be a lot harder to do so, but the focal point is going to be that the Candelas can no longer drop down that hatch, which makes it a lot less of a viable option, it seems like, for LFS to take that as a hot drop to get into the corner of sight and go for a plant.
Yet again, not a whole lot of support here for Nay or Perk. Again, in that round, out of all 5 players, or out of 3 players between Wimpy, Turbo, and Runnin, you got 1 kill between all 3 of them. In a round where it just falls down to just everybody dying in the last second. Again, I really don't want to go back onto the, really default point of you just gotta win the gun. It's an FPS, but at the end of the day, if you simply cannot get kills, if you have 3 people
at 2 kills,
a total of 6, it doesn't work out. You have to win those gunfights. It doesn't matter when it is. And for Cincinnati, they're all gun up and they're all having success in that department.
We've got 22 deaths and 6 kills between 3 players. This is one of the stats of all time.
Ugh.
When players die in Siege, it tends to be a large mass of them dying, right? But this is an egregious number. This is a scary statistic. It's something LFS will either have to fix in the next 3 rounds to even chance up for OT, or play, okay, let's go next, because Bank is obviously not working out for us in a much different fashion than it wasn't working previously against Cincinnati when they had taken that victory. It's a frag for frag, though, right off the right. Perka gets rid of Arno. Perka gets rid of themselves by staying out a little bit too far into the open, and will give it Cincinnati a chance to get it as the Blitz shield comes a rushing, and there is no way to keep Turbo away from that frag. And Nay even joins in with an R4C to find one more.
Turbo seeing an opportunity, Pup. He needs to potentially find one of his own. Wimpy down on the ground, but he's not aware of the Ash inside of stock. Wimpy will be picked up. He's going to be able to get this bomb down. Shawl up into Cheese Boss in the 1v4.
This is very clutchable, though. 2 players extremely low in HP. The other one coming in from the flank. You're not too sure about this one. Visuals very poor here out of ammo and has to drop the mag before moving forward. There's Nay's head taken off. Chance, that was one of the only full HP players that were remaining for LFS. You don't know where that shield is. Do they think you're full flash? You take a couple steps back. You tease the idea of it, but Wimpy off at range, rifle in hand. These DMRs, well, you got one, we got one too, and we also have 2 more players ready to take a strike if needed. LFS will get up to 4 and have started to close that gap as best as they can, but at this point, Cincinnati may just hope for another chance again at a site they're comfortable with. I don't know if open was it, but it was at least close towards the end, and they can start to make up for their mistakes, something they were incapable of doing last Saturday.
Speaking of gaps, that was the key to the success for that attacking round for LFS. And not even to mention that Blitz just barging his way through sight. A lot of those players playing very isolated. The first engagement's going over inside of open area. And LFS saying to themselves, instead of trying to really work this extension upstairs, instead of wasting utility, losing these gunfights, we see a gap, only 1 player inside the bomb site. Let's just go and hit it. Turbo doing exactly that. The rest of his team following suit shortly after, and they shut down an opportunity. You're not always going to have that opportunity. Keep in mind, you're going to need a lot more structured play from LFS if they want to potentially send us into a second overtime between these 2 teams on Bank. They're going to need a lot more, especially as we move back to back on the exact same bomb site.
Yeah, and old me would always go, hey, I don't like seeing the same objective twice. It breeds a level of complacency I don't think belongs in Rainbow Six Siege. But now I can change that. It breeds a level of complacency I don't think belongs in Rainbow Six Siege X. But I actually don't care. It's got to the end. At the end of Siege's lifespan for about the last 2 years, it felt like there just became a point in time where if something was broke, you just got to be good enough to fix it, and there's no excuse if you can't do it. And I think that's where Cincinnati are. They'd gladly run into this. They didn't like what they've seen, or they won't like what they'll see in the next one, so they won't look to it just yet. But I think that they realize LFS, hey, they didn't have the Ying. So Cincinnati spread out on the first floor, play separate from site, like you said. There's only 1 person on site at that time. They just got swept up in the LFS, like, speed and tempo. If they can stall that out, play a little bit more emphasis on the second floor, and be willing to take steps back, it'll be a much different game. But LFS are trying to go a different route in terms of aggressive. They are going to hit that second floor just with the lack of that Ying, and they'll have to try to evolve in some capacity. And the hope is that Runnin would make some point of emphasis alongside Turbo, but that's not going to be the case. In fact, Runnin's dead, and Cincinnati have a player advantage, and there's no damage even dealt to highest off in that room.
Nobody on the repels, nobody trying to even push highest out. Still have not been able to clear him out. Still have to worry about the player inside of CO. Turbo now down on the floor all the way from that castle. Eventually, If he's gonna make his way, he's gonna find the head of Pup. He's gonna find another one. Down for now. He's gonna throw out the nade. Not entirely sure if it will find him, but it does find the life. Duck also very low on health. It's Arno to find one of his own.
Arno's position now mostly known, and Highest gets too greedy. The britches get too big, and they try to go hunting for something that they know was there. Nay was confirmed in the little spat they had 15 seconds prior through that stock window. And how you got the same problem now for Arno, peeking his spot instead of just trying to tuck away as fast as possible. They've now been DBNO'd, and I don't even know if Perka is 100% aware that they have been. They've just assumed Arno has gone low. Crawling back, but there it is. Confirmed now with that Twitch drone. Duck will spray through for one, but no, you've gotten Perka. Round the bend is one more, and Duck, you've got very little HP to work with, and they're all on the first floor, and you'll have to cross through beepers. A shot to mask the drop noise. The beepers are doomed to go through, and you're far from that B site, far from kitchen. You'll squeak your way in close to the bomb chassis. Admin office is clear here, Goose. They have the point of entry.
No!
They did not clear the EDD. That's diffuser as well. You'll have to step from admin off into kitchen. You'll have to use a breaching round to break it open further. 7 seconds on the clock. A prowl around the corner. Audio kill! There for Duck and a stand-up frag. Cincinnati send us out of bank in 7 after wins 4. For the side of LFS. And I very well thought we were going to see OT at this rate, the way that LFS started cooking at the end in these last 2 rounds.
He was on a slither of health. And Duck, the man, the leader for Cincinnati, is able to shut down a 1v3. Are you kidding me? Throughout all of that, even as you said, LFS starting to cook up. The fire below the pot was getting real hot. You could smell the steam. And still, after all that, another hero play from Cincinnati to wrap it off. And I think that is a perfect way to really sum up the entirety of that first map.
I mean, 2 rounds, 1 on defense for Cincinnati. 2 huge rounds, 1 on defense for Cincinnati. The one that really sets the tone and removes the basement of the equation for a long time for Cincinnati. Wipe your brow, you get away with it. And then the open on the second attempt recovery. That is, on match point, might I add as well, like that is the biggest pride point now for Cincinnati, but that will not allow you to survive a full series. You'll have to do much more than that, and LFS will need to find those 3 players who are struggling that next step forward to get into this game. It's map 2 coming up after a quick break. Don't go anywhere.
Odd pick as well, although he ends up getting down, the diffuser has still gone down. Like JJ, or Kira rather, he's in a 1 versus 2 now, even with diffuser down. 1 player on Overwatch, 1 on the counter diffuse, but he's able to get them both in 1 mag.
Full flash though. Chance for more. Goes again, and they still get that kill. Trady, what? May not matter though. Connection from Shock. Playing from Pantry, 2 out of their name. The TSW. The run out from the other side. No way they get a 3rd from there. But Swifted just has to wait. Not sure what to angle this. Headshot's good. Just have to hide. 18 seconds. Swifted's calling GG. Knows they have this control, but oh, if the slightest angle could be there for space. The run out, they know they can't go further. Oh, no chance for it.
A little bit of shaky recoil control from Echo is going to starve him of a kill that would have been much needed. But there you go. That's the crosshair placement. That'll get him his 2nd of the round. A 1v3 situation where Cincinnati have finally found themselves in an area where they can be able to reel it back in. And if they can get that case and get it on the ground, it may be as easy as that. But the fact that you're letting Turbo go nuclear is going to become a problem. Very achievable for either side here. You can't come to a conclusion when there's 10 seconds left on the clock. The plant is looking to go down, and you're in a 1v1 situation. Oh, LFS, don't you do it. The plant is getting stuck. It will go down, and Cheese just walks out of...
Stop this one from going down. It doesn't look like they're going to. Front is fully down from the attackers, but there's going to be a refrag at least. Hitman gets Fenzo before Alex Player gets Rival, and now he's trying to take down this Blitz. The Mike W gets 1, he gets 2! Beautiful Blitz play, and gets a 3rd! A triple kill from Mike W onto the shield, and now all this stuff is going to be Cotter on the Legion, and he gets the 4K on the round. Wonderful shield play. Spirits would be proud.
Oh! Much time as he can. He and Packer know they just have to sit still and force Cassia to make this move here. There are only 50 seconds left for him to do it. And no matter where he goes, there is the potential for that pick. He's going to get the pick on the Beano off of the drop. He only has to get this pick on the Packer or get the bomb down. But Packer's going to be hiding in the rat spot, but Cassia wins it. He gets the prediction and ends up clutching out the round for his team as he secures the 2-1 quarter.
Castle to push him off of Solar, but in doing that, the Hollow gives you a bigger advantage, and it gives him the advantage in the back. We're getting a little top.
Now they're going to drop down into Fireplace and hopefully go
to win this round. Now we're going to see Twist make his way up the long haul, and he's gonna get the first pick he needs off of it. He's gonna get two. If he can get a third here, that's massive. And he almost does. It's all of them to Emilio, but no, he can't do it. Core deny the back-to-back championship, deny JJ another trophy, and win Blitz Season 2, 3-2.
That's going to be a 3v3. Beautifully done. 40 seconds. And hold on, 86% at a disadvantage for nearly the entire round. Are going to now push themselves in a man advantage. Not only that, but Ash is going to be TP'd off. There's not going to be a dog to be able to res him. However, don't count Jay Hitman out just yet. Making it a 1v1 of Bunker. Making an ace. The C4 narrowly misses Jay Pistol. Put in a situation where he's probably got his heart in his chest. Jay Hitman with the ace.
Hyden has been dealt with. That's the bakery player now dead. And a flank down to White Stairs catches Inrio. Poison does well to find one kill, but he's now in a 1v4 against 4 others. He does well to isolate his second though. What are 1HP doing? They've lost the fuser in the middle of bakery, and they have no idea what Poison is. They have no more eye track scanners, and Aerial Rise just have all the information working for them. A nice shot from Poison, and a team kill from Escape.
My goodness, Goose. What a series we have already on our hands. Cincinnati clutching things out. Match point. Duck Duck, who else but Duck Duck and Duck Duck we trust to save the collegiate space from the Akrons out there. But apparently we can trust them to save the T3 scene as well. Unless they're named Invictus, in which case we'll have to see if that rematch will go any differently. But to get there, they've got to win this series out. And map 1, they did so quite well.
Yeah, the hero plays is the name of the game. Everybody on Cincinnati shooting back for LFS. Not the exact same story side from Nay and Perka. 2 huge rounds, one from RNO. The very last one, a huge 1v3. Not a slither of health, keep in mind, from Duck Duck, the man himself. And that continues on to map 2. It'll be a very quick best of 3.
I mean, compare the fashion in which Cheese Boss had that one big clutch down on basement to the way that Duck Duck did it as well. Cheese Boss did it with a great level of assistance from the Toxic Babes. Killed out one player, job's a good one, had already gotten a bunch of damage prior to that. It damaged a second player down to a single bullet required. That was your Sins that was attempting to then plant the diffuser. The moment that hollow projector drops, because they weren't the one anticipating to have to plant it there, they weren't ready and the timing was tight. Once they're down, it's a single player that has to swing, and it's just hold down the left click. You're already aiming in. Jobs are good, and something that Cincinnati have always wanted to be able to rely on, already having their gun up and being at that ready. And there's a couple problems. We saw a couple moments where that wasn't necessarily the case, Goose, but you can't look too hard at map 1 because if you're Cincinnati, you won it. But if you are an LFS, there's a lot to look back on, and a lot of that's going to come off of what felt like the inactivity of 3 players in the kill department, and kills aren't everything. But when there's not any kills, that kind of feels like a lot of things, if not everything, for these players.
Yeah, it is, you know, kind of a good thing to keep in mind that that was Cincinnati's map. They can also map they previously beat LFS on, even if it was a 7-8. I don't think that was a cafe problem. That was just simply a cohesion and structure problem for LFS. There were so many situations, for example, Wimpy being upstairs with the diffuser completely disconnected from his other teammate. If he was just with his other teammate, or if his teammate had the diffuser who was on the bomb site, we could have completely avoided that 1v3 clutch. We could be in overtime right now. It's those small mistakes that build up, snowball into bigger ones that eventually cost rounds, maps, and even series, and even maybe events. Going on to this next map, it is really about the small details in the structure and just overall playing off of each other for LFS.
Clash and Ying will be taking off for Cincinnati. Starting off on the defense, they realized how much that Ying felt like it did for LFS. And when you talk about a map like Cafe, where you go up to the rooftop, you break 2 hatches, you open up a skylight to at least create a little bit of phantom pressure, and you have to typically think about dropping through those and having some sort of viability there. Ying's a pretty big, part of that. Or Ying's a pretty dangerous factor for a lot of teams, and that doesn't even step into how good they can be on that first floor, the multiple ways to utilize those Candelas and the solid weaponry that she wields. Clutch drones, though, also off the board from the Brava, and the Keeper barricades for the Azami. What else on defense, right? It's pretty hard-pressed to find a defender in any utility that's as valuable on a map like Cafe as the Keeper barricades are, and that's saying a lot considering just how much can be used across this map. That it will be the extension, and I think the value point to be made, having both Mute and their year base game sibling there of the smoke for the toxic babes. It's that wombo combo. It looks like year 1 Siege, and you throw it a little bit of that slightly new afterwards, having the Echo out, which is so clean. One of the only objectives you typically see it be super valuable and find constant success with the yokai drones. I really hope to see that come out from RNL.
Yeah, and if you look at the ban of Brava, perfectly, not only aiding, but kind of like supporting that pick of Echo, and something they're probably going to bring on almost every single bomb site. And that's what I really love, is just not banning, very powerful clutch operators like a Clash or a Blackbeard or a Monty, but banning certain operators to add value to your own defense or attack. Bans with purpose, you may say. And that's something that not a lot of teams have really read into just as of yet. But again, it really goes back to the idea I talked about just a little bit earlier on in map 1, just how mature the Cincinnati roster really is.
As well, you have the IQ coming in from running for LFS, and I did go on a bit of a tangent in map 1 about how Cincinnati bringing this, where Duck was a great counter to 3 to 4 operator utilities, entire kits really, for the side of LFS on their defense in the first half. You see something a little bit similar here, not in full capacity. When you talk about the top down that, Cafe typically necessitates, a lot of it will come, hey, we get the soft floorboards from up above, need to get as much visual as possible. It can see nitro cells, which can be pretty useful if you're looking down below or seeing if there's any been pre-placed. But really, you're looking for the mute jammers here. You're looking for the yokai drone from up above. I'm looking to see if any of those Mozzie pests have managed to thieve away any of your drones. And if they have, click out those bits of information that can be thefted from you from those defenders. And speaking of thefts, a single kill rings through for LFS. That was coming from running, removing Pup, but as quickly as you got it, it gets caught off by a good turnaround from highest to top of wide stairs, and it will be a second now to their name joining in. They've taken a good step back, and actually they're in reading right now, so they're still fighting up on the second floor, and they'll get themselves running to join in. No way now to clear out those mute jammers or the yokai drones. It's going to be much more of a face check than clear these floorboards with the skeleton key.
Highest was the triple now. He's going to say that's enough. Gonna fall back. Playing on gold. Maybe eyeing another kill, but he is eventually punished for it. A 3v2 a lot more winnable than a 4v2. But still so much work to do. Still have to set up a little bit of vertical. Still have to get a little bit of drone info. You are going to have some drones in the pockets. But with only 50 seconds left, 3 players and still those mute jammers on the bomb site, there is so much work to do and not enough time to really do any of it.
Arno as well, hidden away in coat check. 2 players directly holding on to site. A skeleton key is still being welded, but that player is going to be separate from Turbo, and Turbo is already playing fairly deep here. Deep within soft bar. Nade to coat check, wrapped around by RNO though, and the read has there. 40 seconds left. They can't play into Hall. It's a pretty easy read overall for Cincinnati to try to take that wrap. They're not going to take you in coat check just yet. But even taking the fight after that with Duck here to swing through and watch that Hall, something that Cincinnati go, okay, we got ourselves an advantage. Highest carried us through the initial stages of that round. Let's make waves ourselves and get the job done. Round 1 falls to Cincinnati, and there will be no more kitchen and prep to deal with for at least a few more. LFS can wipe their brow, but they'll have to go up to the second floor. Reading and Fireplace does not feel that much easier in comparison.
Going back to my info point on that Echo, doesn't matter. You have an Echo on the board when Highest is shooting everybody. Talked about his survival rate being essentially his Achilles heel, even with his success going 7-1 on entry before today. Had a lot of success over on map 1. But didn't get the first entry kill for the first pick, but he was able to get 3 after losing that first one. But more importantly, that very first answer back, the very first refrag from Cincinnati was on to the ramp. The most pivotal operators for that early round, setting up that vertical. That's something that LFS has to be very careful of. And again, yet another round where LFS just did not consistently play off of each other, double up when trying to clear positions, and highest showing them why they really do need to.
So much of the value will now be found off LFS, utilizing this holo projector and the Sins again to try to close off some sight lines. Combo that with a ram to clear floorboards up on the 3rd floor. If you can get Nay in there in a good spot, keep in mind they were eviscerated as the first loss of life for LFS by highest atop of White Stairs, the crossover from deep within Freezer through that soft wall. You also have to worry about the Mark and run and get that Garu hook to get a point to step in and maybe get themselves a plant down. You'd assume that's going to be here on this small subroof, try to get into Fireplace or anywhere else in between to find value quickly for a possible plant. But you also have the Grimbees for information. Just got to flush players out with any sort of sight line or any inkling of what could be. That's going to come off and making sure that Reading has direct access. And you don't fall victim to a spawn peek or more, like a possible run out for Cincinnati, which a team that is not super common to go for things like this, but a team you have to be wary of doing exactly that. As Highest, the problem child of round 1, gets double pumped by what I argue is a DMR of a shotgun in the pocket there of Miramara running, who swings forward through C3 and clears out 1, and there's Pup to refrag.
Yeah, Pup's going to want to try to take as much space. He's not going to fall back. Cheese Boss with another one. Furka forced to open this castle barricade with a can opener. That's going to ring around the entirety of this top floor. That's going to let Cincinnati know exactly what LFS want to do. Throughout the entirety of that engagement upstairs, we've only gotten 1 kill. Lost 2, lost both Turbo and Runnin'. Still have to worry about Cheese Boss playing on this Mira, and so much time being wasted, and Pup going on the flank.
A trade in a moment like this as well, while LFS desperately needed the player count, would have evened things to a 2v2. But now it's just Wimpy alone. Playing by Pillar. Quick swing could see maybe one by mining. A live ping is being made. There's visual now for LFS, and I can confirm that, but a soft wall fire and everything else from inside this hall will confirm your location. It'll be a sprint to try to cross. Now playing within Z. Clears 1 out. Swing by Duck and a fallback as well. Runo's off in meeting. You're still playing behind this mining chassis. There's really nothing you can do. You just have to stall. Even if they squeak past you here, you have value to the rotate off into train. No way to really contest this if you're Wimpy. Hide behind the bomb chassis. No visual floorboards created in the actual Fireplace Hall floorboard. It doesn't matter if they walk directly into your line of sight. They never knew that he was in Reading the entire time and just fall victim to the Alda, waiting to spray through that LMG. It's 2 in a row now for Cincinnati.
Again, Cincinnati really doubling up on this info game, taking that Brava off the board. And that is absolutely what I love about this new ban system. It's not that you can ban 2 shields or that you're not banning against yourself because it resets after the side swap, but it allows for play styles to have even more value because you have other operators off the board. Say you want to take, our breaches off, or in this round specifically, you want to take Ying off to get rid of a lot of that execution utility. You get rid of that Brava. That adds a lot more value to all this information utility, like a Maestro, like an Echo, maybe even a Mozzie. And LFS, they have no answer for this. They haven't been able to read into it, and then they didn't have the right utility to clear the castle barricades. The contrast of how Cincinnati used their utility almost perfectly, while LFS aren't really prepared to clear a lot of this defender utility, is really telltale of just why this, even with, relatively close first map, has been one-sided for Cincinnati.
I don't think it's going to be stopped anytime soon at this rate either. I think LFS have more clinical problems they have to worry about, and I think their first blood execution, at least in that last round, was very clean. So many pieces of kit, so many ports of utility to clear out Highest, and Highest can now go, okay, roaming about up in C2, pretty good, but I'm gonna get spotted out first. I might as well play a floor below, or at least be a nuisance with a nitro cell and a possible threat for information, and they give themselves a perfect defender, a perfect operator capable of doing exactly that with a cardiac sensor to get the job done. One of the bigger pieces of Cincinnati's puzzle was making sure that that Maestro with the Alda could stay alive on site inside of reading. And unfortunately for RNO, that will not hold true. And they'll be relegated to bubble cam duty and just cam duty in general for Cincinnati's side. And it's now up to Pup to maybe try to get the refrag like they did in round 2 from Highest's loss of life. Now for getting the refrag towards RNO. As it does seem like Cincinnati are at their wits' end to figure out where LFS are going to test the waters first.
Not entirely sure that I do that. Flores drone, but that opening
that table deserved it, man.
I guess so. I don't know. The table really hurt their feelings. With that entry pick, we talked about how important it is for LFS to have success in that later round. They get that opening pick or not. It's going to allow for them to play a lot more comfortably, but rather, more importantly, it's going to force Cincinnati to play a lot more passive, give up a lot of respect in map control. That's something that LFS is going to absolutely eat up. You're also going to get rid of one of those bubbles from RNO, taking a little bit of his use off the board. Up trying to run out to distract anybody. A C4 below from Highest. Neither of those aggressive plays from Cincinnati are going to have necessarily any bit of use.
Yeah, you were laying that Rotero drone, making sure you can force out anything with the bubble, and then value immediately afterwards. It's just a watching game for LFS. Play smart. Don't overextend. Don't give up too much. Continue to utilize what you have in front of you. And Highest is in a very poor spot, trapped inside train, and there's really no teammate that can give them direct assistance. You maybe could hope that Duck could brew up something, but you're in a very distraught state, and thankfully you're able to make a couple fallback plans yourself and rotate off towards reading, but you have no zone of control, no point of contention now inside of train, nor mining, and it's going to come down to tertiary fights, but should have been maybe off screen for the actual idea of, hey, everything's going down in mining. You have staging plans for LFS. Put a player in the first floor, wrap down through small cocktail, and that was read beautifully by Cincinnati.
You have the ping on Perka, but it's not going to be any use. Turbo's going to be trying to get that bomb down, but no C4 below. It's going to be really hard to try and play spoiler, especially if Run-In takes Cheese Boss's head off.
The plant is going down from Turbo. We're way to deny this. Duck can eviscerate the head off Wimpy. You're now in a spot where, hey, diffuser's down. You got to start rushing, because if you can't shut down these players and allow them outside onto the balcony, maybe too little too late, but Run-In's up above. Audio cue clearly there. Can play into the rappel. Jumps out window. Players defusing. It's through the wall. It won't matter. The nade's going to zone themselves out of it. And it's a defuse win. Cincinnati go through in the wall. You can't spray through it because you just don't know exactly where to go to it. And LFS essentially shoot themselves in the rear to find themselves at a loss in round 3.
It is astonishing to me that with all the experience, both T2, even when we played one game of T1, eventually that Blackbeard's going to be off the board. I don't necessarily think that's a problem. There's no problems really for Cincinnati that you don't know where to plant the bomb. I mean, that bomb was a horrible place, especially for them trying to play in that vertical. Sludge didn't really have a good line of sight on it, couldn't directly play, so he wanted to go jump out, try to play on the window, but you can't even see it from the window. And the big, I don't even know what the thing, the big like half wall thing in the middle is, but it perfectly shielding that player on the defuse. And it goes down to just not being prepared to play the vertical, not placing the defuse in the right pace. It is just astonishing how they're making so many simple mistakes all at once. It's costing them. That's a round that they should not have lost.
100%. I've been so impressed with the way LFS have been able to set up their game plan and be able to kind of enact on that, but I don't know. You have all the pieces put in place, but the pieces just get shut down because they, in the moment, Goose, forget that, hey, there is in fact a sightline connecting to the fireplace. There is a visual for which Duck could have a long angle to. I should not stand up here on the opposing side of this mining chassis. I feel like LFS are always one step away from a perfect conclusion, but forget sometimes the most important things. And there's a lot of things you have to think through in a competitive esports. And it feels like LFS are just forgetting the wrong time, the right things. And that will have to be very cleanly fixed. And they have at least only lost 3. You have to win 7. Since they are not even halfway there on map 2, you can give some lax here to the LFS side as they start to break through the top-down approach of Cafe that necessitates to the roof and work your way downwards.
Cincinnati also, even with all of their utility in their pockets, they've been playing around the utility that LFS has been bringing perfectly. Going back last round, how the castle's playing down below, trying to play really aggressive, running, just kind of drawing the attention away. That first track isn't going to really have any use whatsoever. It's going to give you a little bit of info that there's somebody on this second floor, but aside from that, you have absolutely no idea where this roamer's playing. They're trying their best to potentially clear him out, but he's long gone. He's made his break for the bomb site. LFS, they're way too late.
How much could you possibly do past this point if you know the players escaped? You have all the second floor, though, and arguably only taking about a minute and a half to get full control over this is not the worst picture to paint. But I'm colorblind, and sometimes pictures can look pretty, but I'm missing the whole picture, and I'm hoping LFS don't have the exact same problem. Can't stay too focused on one thing. We saw plenty of problems for this previously, where Highest just shut down player after player in their approach down to the first floor. That has not been a problem, but it does seemingly still create the issue of you don't know how Cincinnati will play with 5 players stacked down on site, because you never saw 5 players get down and stacked on site, and the only 2 you saw peaked here from on site and coat check, and they were already guaranteed to be there no matter the case.
I really like Pup's position, because even if they are able to clear out Duck in his position, you still have to worry about Pup, and there's no idea. They have no info on this player right here. Even with that, Duck can still so much spoiler here.
Caster's Curse, Goose. Perfect angle to watch from running, but Turbo does not have the same visual acuity as RNO, seemingly. The third kill to them, having only died a single time so far in this. We're talking about crazy statistics for a player. Consistency. Well, Caster's Curse. I'm just going to stop at this point, Gus. We cannot point out individuals at this point. But Pup has been hiding away just below that big window. A second chance opportunity to Perka, and they'll pull out the gat to get that one out of the way. And it'll be 4 in a row now for Cincinnati. That ban phase, their last option. Man, it didn't feel like they needed it in the first 3, and it just makes matters worse when it doesn't feel like they've lost much off that council ban.
Difficult days. Very difficult days here for LFS. Even going down 4 rounds, choosing not to take a timeout. Cap cam ban again. It really comes down. I can really talk. There isn't one problem. There isn't one solution, because it's problem after problem. Whether it be not playing off each other's body on that early round, allowing for Cincinnati to get a lot of isolated gunfights, or in that round, got those isolated gunfights onto Cincinnati, rather. You're able to shut them down. But then you had a player like Pup in a very pivotal position that you just had no idea, because you didn't do enough due diligence to drone him out. Bring in a Dokkaebi, and on top of that, you're going to bring that line. I just don't think it's the answer, because you simply just did a basic job of misdroning a roamer.
I don't really feel like it's been necessarily an information problem for LFS with the entirety of the game, but I do think that it's just another piece to the puzzle. It's just another slice of the proverbial pie, and I feel like if you bake it, you put it all together, and you eat it at the end of it, you can still be happy. You ate a piece of pie. It's more than what other people can say, right? But man, you really should have put sugar instead of salt in it, I think, at this point, and that's where we're looking at LFS. It's leaving a bad taste in their mouth. Cincinnati being up 4-0, and Pup even going for that spawn pick. I said you're few and far between to see Cincinnati go for runouts like this. The Pup's starting to feel it, and Highest as well earlier. They're going to start to get more and more greedy to constantly change and elevate their way that they play, as everything in the first 4 has already been kind of figured out. At least they would argue it's been figured out, should have been figured out by LFS at this point.
Really love Pup on this Solus, playing on that first to second floor on that lurk. His job in this round is to simply just roam, eventually flank, and with the gadget of Solus being able to scan, spot those flank drones and understand the positions Cincinnati are not watching, creates a perfect path if he can just time it right. Wimpy not timing his shots right, it's a couple on a cheese boss that isn't able to find really any utility.
Watch from above. Can be a hot drop. There's no Ying. Keep in mind, Ying was banned. And there is no Capital on the board for LFS. A hot drop here would come at the possible cost of so much, and there's so much visual acuity here with the mirror window. 5 Z-Ping's gone to C3 window. RNO and Duck have the crossfire. That's 2 eviscerated. No chance, because you had Duck hiding behind short bar. Was that not spotted by LFS on the drone work? We talked about their drone game. I said it wasn't that bad, but apparently apparently I'm just horridly wrong. One more. This one finally to LFS, but is it too little too late? Maybe not, because Ronin's found a G3 6C shot to highest. And it's now made this from a 2 to 3 player disparaging difference to just a meagerly 1. And Ronin has full information. There's a player inside Freezer, and Cheese Boss is low. And mirror window's been busted. Swing again, right around this corner. Don't know that Duck is there. Off with your head, and it's just Wimpy alone, and Duck eats good. 3 in this round. Secure the win for Cincinnati. Still going flawless, by the way, in this map.
Going into this matchup, honestly, going into this entire phase, LFS and Cincinnati were my 2 phase 2 favorites. Obviously got a phase 3, which is just absolutely geared up to the teeth with T3 and T2 teams. But I did not think LFS, even going up against a very strong, strutted phase 2 team like Cincinnati, would just go out so far with a whimper like they have here in this best of 3. Nate 7 on Bank, fell down to a 4-7, and here on Cafe, they can't even get into the building. They can't even drone a Mozzie. It is everything snowballing, every problem propping up all at once, and as you said, it's at the worst time. This is an elimination. There is no way. If you lose here on Cafe, whether it would be in 2 rounds or more than that, you're done for in the entirety of this event.
Yeah. Winner, this goes on to face the Unks in Group 2. So that's something to kind of keep an eye on here. If you're Cincinnati, you're 2 rounds away, right? I think that's a big one. Have Unks and Cincinnati faced off?
Not before, but playstyle wise, I love that matchup.
Well, they're the closest teams now here. It would require not only 7 here from LFS on this map, but also 7 throughout a possible 14 total rounds. Or I guess it's technically more with OT, but I mean, set in regulation time total rounds on a map 3. That could be a point of arrival in LFS. I don't know if they're surviving this far. It's another first blood from Cincinnati. Thankfully, hey, you get what? 10 seconds max with a man advantage. We'll climb it right back.
That's a little yellow ping. I wasn't very sure that they were out there until I got that yellow ping. And you can just see how scared LFS is. I mean, 2 people watching 1 window. My God, how much more schizophrenic could you be? They got a ping onto the highest, over inside of Train, but they're not able to get the shot. Again, Highest playing very good, playing passive, understands that he doesn't need to swing in. It's essentially 3 players staring at him. You also got Duck on red stairs holding that dropping. He's going to rotate around. And now this is the point of the round where Cincinnati, they start to shift around their position.
All right, Ubisoft, hear me now. I think a new operator to release would be a defending operator that fakes Z-pings. Their entire kit is faking Z-pings as a roaming op. And if you make them, I want credit. I want the operator's middle name to be like my first name or something. We'll figure it out. Get in touch. That'd be cool though. It'd be a great way to discombobulate it at an offensive side or even a defensive side. It kind of just depends. Could be our first plays both sides operator. Who knows? Besides recruit, but rest in peace. At the end of the day, Highest may not survive for too much longer. Duck gets really big for their britches, and yes, takes down Turbo, which is a good solid trade. But you lose out now on the rest of your Legion if there were any goo mines still remaining. But you're now putting a lot of weight on Highest shoulders here with the Nitro, and that could have been crazy if Nay missed one more shot extra on that pistol. Arno is just rounding this bin now, Alda in hand. So many pings active. You know they're in here. Cheese Boss up above. They just shotty down one, so Nay knows they're nearby. And they know they're up above with the tracking. But Wimpy still has to wait out to get that frag, and Cheese Boss will pay the price in due time. They're inside this train car, Goose. This is where the Alda could be very dangerous, but no feet visible, no head spotted around that corner. There any noise being made? Down with you. And it's a straight out for 2. Arno sends Cincinnati to match in series point.
Talked about skewing data. That's exactly what Cincinnati is doing to that attacking half for LFS. Going into this, a 68, almost a 70% here on Cafe. Fat big 0. Nothing there for Cincinnati. Yet again, another round, a 2v1. A really good job on that ISO upstairs. but a horrible ISO onto the last player. And it goes back to that team play. That has been the main factor. That's been the stem of every single problem we've been seeing from this LFS roster, is the inability to work together and create that cohesion, create that glue in the roster. In games before, even going all the way back to that very first best one in round one, we saw a lot of problems, but nothing like we've seen here today, especially now as we linger on to Cafe, as Cincinnati are only just one round away from getting themselves a ticket against the Unks.
This has been a crazy second map, not just in terms of an unprecedented scoreline of now going 6-0, but also in the sheer fact that this was a scoreline that went to OT in their first series they played against each other on Bank. Map plays completely differently, and yes, let's give some credit here to LFS. They deserve it. 2 of those rounds came off of absolute hero plays on Cincinnati. One from Cheese Boss with the Smoke and the Toxic Babe, and another one off of Duck in the final round for that match point to secure 3 in a row on literally no HP. Hero plays. But I've not been seeing really any hero plays from Cincinnati here. You could maybe argue RNO there, but I think RNO has just been a more consistent human on this series in comparison to what they were not doing, and which was showing up at all, it felt like, on Saturday. And I think that that lit a new fire under them, and that's turned into the Cincinnati we're seeing right now.
It is just a very difficult sight to hear. I mean, it is just the definition of just having so many problems, and then you're going up against a team like Cincinnati that can spot those problems and take advantage. If this was, against a team like maybe an Outlast Black, where they're not that, consistent at adapting and spotting those problems on teams, then it would be a completely different story. It wouldn't be this one-sided for Cincinnati, but because you're having all these problems, probably at the worst time, it just all starts to fall apart.
Bell cross for Pup to get a little bit of space, probably heading over to the new bout. A little bit of force to try to force LFS back as much as possible. We've not seen any defense from LFS on this map yet. 6 rounds, total Cincinnati domination. Could very well be a single defending round that LFS have. Make matters worse, you, at least for Cincinnati's side, have lost yourself a drone. You still have potential to try to strip that possible information away from them. It may not matter at the end of the day. It'll be a hot drop in through Skylight. You got to get still a floor below, but Cincinnati have done good in the first 60 seconds. Something we've always said about Cincinnati this entire series, Goose. The first 60 seconds are typically clean about clearing utility and getting full control over where they need to be. They get the foot in the door well.
Yeah. 2 players. They now call a third. My God, RNO just shuts down running. Turbo with an answer back. Almost finds one onto the player dropping down hatch. But a Mozzie for the Deimos, that's a trade I'll take any day of the week. 1:20. Sure, you're able to get rid of that roam, but you lose a lot with that Deimos and his utility in his pocket.
Running is swearing that there's divine intervention. There's divine intervention. Gav, you've gotta pack the bag in at some point. It's half them, half you. You're playing in this series. You gotta be possible. And what about this hit rejection nonsense? This isn't Rust. You can't open up the tilt console menu and figure this out. My goodness. But he swears by it. I'll swear by it too. We'll see it. Maybe Gav will upload it to the Twitter afterwards. Maybe I'll have to check Wimpy Kid 2 on Twitter later. We'll have to see. But no matter the case, it's still an even 4-on-4, right? You can complain as much as you want. Cincinnati are only just now getting to the point at which they get entry forward. And with the new map, hey, you've got new things, new... What do we call those? Hazards to shoot out?
Yeah.
With Siege X.
Good word.
You still have... Oh, you still have so many hazards. That is players, and Wimpy and Perka will not go down as easy as Gav did. 2 frags, and it's a 2v4. With Diffuser, yeah, I guess kind of close, but you still have to clear out Wimpy, and you're just incapable of doing so. LFS will win their first defensive round.
The first round of Cafe at that, too.
Their first round of Cafe.
Not to be mean, but I mean, like, we can't really be all, all sunshine and happy when you're down 1-6. Come on. I think everybody knows the feat that LFS has in front of them. The mountain they have to climb. It's a tall one at that. 5 rounds in a row. Not only 5 rounds in a row, but you have to go nearly flawless, even in those individual rounds. You have to have next to no mistakes. in a best of 3 when you've been making more mistakes than you have been having success. LFS in that round did a really phenomenal job just playing around the positions, forcing Cincinnati to go into a really stale and awkward execution. Cincinnati just wasted so much time on their own. As soon as you get that even trade, you got a minute and 20 on the clock. They kind of did a little bit of nothing after that. Didn't really have any on-site utility either. So it's rather a lot of good fundamentals from LFS. But again, you got to do that 5 more times and 5 in a row.
Quick use to try to create and ensure that this second floor is entirely yours. A bit of an open floor plan, it looks like, for the side of LFS. And I think Cincinnati did very differently. They did not break down the reading wall at all. They did not break down the fireplace wall at all. Kept them as 2 completely separate areas. Only the hall was left with the floorboard holes created. Gained some visual, and that was really just to get RNO have something there with the all the should that T hall, should that L hall be essentially taken over. Whether or not they get through that default cam didn't matter. You had Duck watching that mining machine. That's where Cincinnati can try to do the exact same thing. Do they go up to the top floor and fight for this? There is no pulse on the board for LFS. Instead, Surrogate is online for Nay, something that can strip a lot of utility out of Cincinnati's pocket, and something that could require them to waste some of their utility to try to expunge this. As well as the mirror windows, which will be a primary focal point for that Twitch drone. You'll also use those Dokkaebi calls to flush out any of these players that should be up on the second floor extension. And we're already 50 seconds in, Goose. This is where we typically have already seen Cincinnati clearing out this top floor, and there are still people from LFS looking to fight up here.
Real, awkward and nasty angle there from running. You're also able to clear that mirror very early on. Yet again, another example of how good and quickly Cincinnati is at using their utility. What a phenomenal run out from Turbo to get Pup off guard, get rid of that Nomad. She's able to shoot at least 2 of her Nomad jabs off. But aside from that, that's all you're going to get. Highest eventually with the quick answer back and that refrag. Not only halfway into the round, we've already got an even trade and a lot of map control on that top floor, but still a lot to clear out over by that cocktail position.
These boss has good visual. Uses their own drone to get a swing to eviscerate Nay. That's now a player advantage recollected for Cincinnati. Running is still, Gav is still sitting in C2. Watching the kitchen wall. Losing a teammate of Perka. EBR in Duck's hand. It's a hot drop now all the way through to Pillar. Call being made. Both players giving away their position. Gavin will go ahead and take all of this C hall and more. It's Cheese Boss working down wide stairs. This is a player just on the inside of this wall, by the way, Goose. Easily could have been heard. And when you have a player watching both sides of wide stairs, you have visual directly into fireplace, and you also have that corner of hall completely yours for the taking.
Yeah, both Wimpy and Runnin all the way over by Pillar. This gives a lot of space over by top white for them just to work their way into the A bomb site, and less Wimpy can trade on him, but he's relying on this player to make his way down red stairs to get the entry, and another one. Be a really good opportunity for both of these defenders.
Go down, Runnin. Gav no more. That's why Wimpy has to refrag. Spots the player of Cheese Boss, but no way will Cincinnati be kept back from a 7-1 stat line. They will be your victors in today's series, the final series of this gorgeous Monday night here, Goose. And we were actually worried there was our producer was gonna have an internet outage thing, and actually I think that's desperately coming up here in like a minute or so. They're rushing us through this as much as possible. We're trying to get as much of this outro in as we can, but a 4-7 game for Cincinnati on the map of Bank. Turn that over to a 1-7, 6-0 in the first half. Man, Cafe was just a slugfest, and Cincinnati took every single one. Crazy.
Yeah. Next up, before we go out for our Phase 2 teams go on to Phase 3, F5 will first Turtle Tactics, Invictus take on Karn and Co. Absolutely love that matchup. Sesh versus Core ACAD, and then Cincinnati, their winner that you just saw, Crown, will go on to face the Unks starting around Wednesday. It's Wednesday through Friday for our play days this week.
And you said you were very excited for the Unks versus Sensi, and that one now has me excited to see how that one will pan out. So make sure y'all stay tuned. With that being said, though, that is it for us tonight with Blitz. Tune in for the remainder of this week. What, Wednesday through Friday, I think is what you just said? Yep. There we go. I can in fact listen to my co-caster, contrary to what my Val co-caster seems to think. Thank y'all for tuning in. We'll see you guys on Wednesday. Don't go anywhere. knowing that they can kind of be an unsung and unseen hero to get these kills. They have a Vinden play here. He goes just around, not far enough though. This player will still sit there as Logger gets the second frag now for the roster of Invictus. Highest. A real chance to play into this, and Duck is just inches away from Snecky's visual as well. I don't Chinesta from just around the Vinden corner.
That it could be the